Well, good morning, everybody. Sure, a pleasure to be here. Excited to get going. A little better in terms of temperature and weather this morning. We'll try and keep things moving relatively quickly. I think a really nice way to start. The young men bring us a buck lamb here that I think very good in terms of just proportions and build. That all starts at the ground. He's got a good foot shape, good substance of bone. They're square in terms of his feet and legs, and then you build up from there. Really good look, high quality in terms of his front end. Still comes with some stoutness and power. Congratulations to those two. Give them a round of applause as they exit.
Congratulations to Bo Mum on his first place fall Tunis Buck Lamb. Next class will be February Tunis Ram Lamb. Only have one in that class. Tunis, you exhibitors, please have your first two classes of yearling ewes ready and ringside.
Again, a single entry here as we move into a younger age division. Much like the last buck, I think one you can appreciate from the side. Very good in terms of just this height, the shoulder, levelness of top line, hip and hind leg design. Can get maybe just a little nitpicky in terms of how he sets at his front knee and then down to the surface up front. But I think one with a really good future. Congratulations to that exhibitor. Give him a round of applause as he exits.
Congratulations to Bo Mum on his class-winning February Tunis ewe lamb or ram lamb. Now we'll have champion Tunis ram.
Well, small on quantity, but quality is certainly there as we get into select champion Tunis Ram. I think both of these two offer a compelling future and compelling argument as you get in and start to discuss things. I prefer the fall buck. That's the one that we'll use to win out here. Not only is obviously benefits from maturity a little bit in terms of his center body and just mass, but I do think in terms of his shoulder angle, his knee set, and his foot placement up front, he's more appropriate there. Really like the future of the younger age buck lamb there. Maybe just doesn't come with quite as many extras as the fall. Congratulations to the fall buck lamb. You'll be champion.
Congratulations to Bo Mum and his champion Tunis ram from the fall class. Reserve will be the February class of bows as well. As soon as we get these guys, hey Bo, make sure you guys get some pictures when you're done. We're now ready for the first class of yearling ewes. There's 4 of them from January the 8th to February 16th of 24. exhibitors for ring 2, we're having a little bit of audio issues, so make sure that all the Oxford breeders are up there, or Oxford exhibitors are up there. We will let you know, horned exhibitors, when it's time for you to head that direction, but bear with us while we get our faux pas fixed here.
Nice way to start off the female side. I think a good top pair here that's got some give and take. Obviously, we've got a slick and a fitted, and so there's a little bit of differences from that standpoint. I really like just the silhouette of the ewe that starts off here. I think, again, as you start at the surface and work up, her angles are very good down low. That kind of sets the foundation or the stage for her quality of build from there up. She's not the biggest sheep in the world. In fact, she's plenty moderate within this particular set. I guess for this judge, that's not necessarily something that is a big ding on her card. I think she's big enough. Very good in terms of her front end. Her top line's good. I really like her hip and hind leg. That's probably her biggest advantage over the ewe that comes in second. I love the center body of the ewe that comes in second. Really good in terms of her forerib shape and the way her rib cage comes out of her spine up top there. She's taller fronted than the ewe that we started. She's obviously bigger in terms of just her scale and her size than the ewe that we started. She's maybe just a little softer as you get your hands on her, a little plainer and just more bland in general to the touch, if you will. Just needs to be a little bit more genuine in terms of her shape up high and from behind. Nice one there to be in second. I like the one in third, particularly on the standstill. I like her length of front end, her length of body. She paints a nice picture, and then as we get her in motion, young man, she just gets too tight in her top line. She needs to be more relaxed in her loin, needs to be leveler there down her top line as we ask her to go. The young ladies in four, I think, are doing an outstanding job. Good work to both of them. Sheep's obviously not wanting to be out here, but a nice sheep in terms of just feet and legs and soundness of structure. A little plainer as you get up front on that one. Could be just a little bit stouter as we go to the surface. Congratulations to those four. If you would, please show them your appreciation as they exit.
Now ready for Class 2 Tunis Yearling Ewes. Results from last class of first class Tunis Yearling Ewes. First place to Daily Fair. Second and third to Nathan Everhart. Fourth to Hannah Bridges. Tunis exhibitors will need to have those first class of spring lambs. There will be 5 of those in that class. Sorry about that, Tunis exhibitors. We will do a senior champion ewe here after this class of yearling ewes. So we need first and second yearling ewes from the classes in the ring in the prior class. Oxford exhibitors, we're ready for all classes of Oxford ewes in the second ring. Oxford exhibitors, all classes, all ewes. Oxford exhibitors, ring 2.
Good class of falls, a lot of quality, and that starts up front with the one that the young man brings us. I think not only in motion, but particularly on the standstill. Boy, that one props up exceptionally good, and she is a stout, powerful brood ewe. She's got some chest width, some volume to her rib cage, and certainly some muscularity down her top. I think a nice place to start there. It maybe gets just a little bit closer to 3 and 4, but I do think that 2 brings the most quality of the remaining set. Like her front end design, she's got a really good head, very good in terms of her neck shape, very feminine. She's maybe just a little daintier and a little frailer than the one up ahead of her. Maybe doesn't handle her neck transition into her shoulder quite as well as the one up ahead of her, but certainly a high quality ewe with a bright future there for the young lady. Like the basic build of the one that comes in next, very sound structured, very loose in terms of her skeleton as she gets out and goes. Again, a little heavier conditioned ewe that comes off just a little plainer. Step in behind these 3. She's the one that's just the blandest and plainest in terms of her pin set and muscularity from behind. And then the one that's going to round out this set is as hard handling and as high quality in terms of her touch and hide as anything in this particular set. I like her muscularity. I like her freshness as you get your hands on her. It's from this angle right here that she's just a little plainer in terms of the length of her blade. She's just a little plainer in terms of just her build from the side, and as a result, just doesn't prop up with quite the same look of quality as the ones up ahead of her here. Congratulations to those 4, if you would. Again, please show them your appreciation as they exit.
Now ready for senior champion Tunis ewe. Results from last class. Bo Mum first. Second, Emlou Mum. Third, Nash Arthur. Fourth, Reagan Klotz. We're now ready to do the senior champion Tunis ewe. Senior champion Tunis ewe is now up. Next class will be the first class of spring Tunis ewe lambs.
Again, not high on quantity, but I think the quality is exceptional in this particular lineup, and hat goes off to these young people on bringing us an exceptionally high quality set of sheep. I think there's a fairly easy place to go. I think the questions for reserve, as you get them in motion, I guess that makes up my mind on where to go with reserve. I think there's one of them that's just more comfortable in terms of her top line, but we're going to go ahead and use the fall here for champion senior. We'll follow up with the yearling there for reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Bo Mum with his champion senior ewe out of the class 2 yearling ewes. We are now ready for our first class of spring ewe lamb, Tunis spring ewe lambs. Horn Dorset exhibitors, we've got about 5 more classes till we're ready for you, but just to give you an update, they're showing yearling ewe Oxfords right now, and we'll keep you updated when we're ready for you. Horn Dorset exhibitors, we're now ready for those horned rams. Be bringing your horned rams to ring 2. You could also bring
I think
that first.
a nice set in through here. It gets close up top, and depending on maybe how old the guy is on the microphone, I think those two maybe flip flop because of what they're designed to do, I guess. But the one up front, I think, obviously comes with just a little bit more length and extension, and certainly where her advantage is really up through her front end in terms of just the length of her neck, her head shape. I like that one a good deal in terms of her length of top line. And then I think that she's probably a little bit more appropriate in terms of her hock and down to her foot from behind as well. Now, the one in second's obviously the Stouty. I like that one in terms of her moderation, and in fact, up front, I like her toe set, her knee set, and then her front third assembly better than the one that precedes her. Like her handle, she comes in a more moderate package that's just a little bit plainer in terms of the base of her shoulder. And then as you step in behind the sheep, I think she gets just a little narrower at her hock, wants to point those toes out from behind just a little bit, but that's how I see that pair. Nice pair there of January's. The one that comes in third, like her in terms of her length and her size. She's one that gets maybe just a little off out of her hip. She wants to be just a little bit more up under herself as she gets out and goes. Like that one in terms of her front third, like the quality that she presents with, just needs to be redesigned as we get her out in motion. The one that comes next is a little bit more on point in terms of her hind leg set. Wants to get just a little up and down her top line, just needs more width and stoutness as we get our hands on her. Much the same thing as the one that we round out the set with. I like her on the move in terms of soundness of structure, gets a little more bland and just general in terms of her touch quality. Congratulations to those 5. Again, show them your appreciation as they exit.
Now ready for Class 2 Tunis ewe lambs. Results from last class. First place, Emmylou Mum. Second place, Stockton Klotz. Third, Hannah Bridges. Fourth, Bentley Kennedy. And fifth, Bentley Kennedy. Class 6 coming in the ring. Class 7B on the ready. Horned exhibitors, we're ready. Be bringing your horned bucks to Class 2 or Ring 2. I'm sorry. Horned yearling ewes, be on the ready.
A nice pair here, and I think they're at different ages or different stages, I guess, if you will, in terms of just their maturity patterns. The one up front, that certainly benefits her. I think she does come with just more maturity and certainly more bone and bulk because of that. I like her in terms of her chest width, her body shape, her rib cage. I think that one's good in terms of her bone work. On the standstill, props up well, fights the lead a little bit as we get in motion, and so she's maybe just a little uncomfortable in terms of her hind leg, but boy, I think that one's got a really bright future. I actually like a lot of things about the one that comes out in second. I think that one's got a nice future as well. I like the way she attaches her neck into the top side of her shoulder. I think that one's bottom line quality is exceptionally good. Get underneath that one. She just doesn't open up with quite as much lower body clearance at this stage of the game. She's just a little bit more juvenile and lammy in terms of her look, and then as we get them in motion, gets just a little bit tight in terms of her top line right now. Congratulations to those 2 again. Show them your appreciation as they exit.
Now ready for Class 7 March Tunis ewe lambs. Results from the Class 6 February Tunis ewe lambs. First, Bo Mum. Second, Regan Klotz. Reminder, exhibitors of Class 5, 6, and 7 will be doing a junior champion at the end of this class.
We'll change speeds just a little bit as we get into the younger age group here, and I think again, kind of trying to project forward into what these things look like long term. I do like the one up front, and it's particularly from her hip forward. I like her body shape, her chest width, assembly of her front third probably just comes with more quality in terms of that look up there. We set them in motion. I'll be the first one to tell you I'd like to level her out of her hip, make her more comfortable in terms of the way that she handles her hind leg. That's an advantage for the ewe that comes in second. She is leveler to her dock. She's more appropriate in terms of her hock set. You work from there forward though, and that one gets a little tight in the middle of her back as we get in motion. Wants to get just a little bit narrower as you study her in terms of her chest floor and planer in terms of her forerib shape. Just needs to be busted open a little bit more as we get up underneath that one. And then we round out the set. Young lady's doing an incredible job down here. I think one that's got a bright future in terms of her height, the shoulder, and her soundness of structure. Just more juvenile in her look today. She's just a little greener. Just needs more groceries to stouten that one up and get her just a little bloomier to compete with these two up ahead of her. Congratulations to those three. Give them a round of applause as they exit.
Now ready for junior champion Liu. First two from the last class, please stay in the ring. Results from last class: first, Bo Mum; second, Nathan Everhart; third, Adelaide Fair. Now ready for junior champion Tunis U. We need the champion and reserve champion senior U's stand by for champion U after this class.
Well, I think as you come in to select champion out of the junior division here, I think there's some varying ways that you can go depending on just your priorities or preferences. If you've watched me judge before or seen me on the mic before, you know I start in feet and legs and work from there up. I think as you do that, set these sheep in motion. There's one that comes with just more structural soundness. I think at this stage of the game comes with more proportionality. And then as you get into reserve, I think there's some decisions to be made, but I think there's one with grow and build and quality just fights the halter a little bit as we get back on that one and could be just a little bit more comfortable on the halter, but I do like her on the standstill, her size and just her symmetry on the standstill. So with that, I'll go out and select a champion reserve in the junior division here. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Congratulations to Bo Mum on his junior champion Tunis U Lamb, reserved to Emilu Mum. Now showing for champion Tunis U. Horn Dorset exhibitors, we're finishing up the Champion Oxford U. We'll have a couple quick classes of bucks, and then we'll be on to ewes. So Horn Dorset U exhibitors, be on the ready. Heading to ring 2.
Yeah, good set in here. Congratulations to the Tunics exhibitors. I think there's an easy place to start, one that you can travel a lot of miles and be very competitive with. I think it gets closer, obviously, as you get into reserve, if you listen to me talk throughout the lineup. But again, I think there's one at this stage of the game that probably just collects herself and maintains herself just a little bit more consistently. We'll use both of those two out of the senior division for champion and reserve. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to Bo Mum on his champion Tunis U, reserve to Hannah Bridges. Hampshire exhibitors, we are ready for the first class of Hampshire Slick Rams. Olivia Porter, we're ready for your ram. Hampshire exhibitors, we're now ready for Class 1, Class 8 Hampshire yearling rams. There's only one in that class. Class 9, which will be the falls, there will be 4 of those in that class. We'll be doing a senior champion immediately following Class 9. Hampshire exhibitors, class number 10, be on the ready, be heading towards the makeup ring.
Single entry to start the Hampshire Slick Show over here, and I think one that brings a lot of value to the table. Now, obviously, as we see him today, he's kind of in his working clothes. He's probably been out doing his job, but big-footed, heavy-boned, certainly one that's very, very shallow in terms of his forerib. He's robust at the top of his rib cage. He's got a good topside shape. He could be freshened up just a little bit as we study him, obviously, but I think one that certainly has a lot of breeding value. Congratulations to those two.
Congratulations to Olivia Porter on her class-winning Hampshire Ram. Now ready for Class 9, Senior Hampshire Slick Rams. In the Horn Dorset ring, we're ready for classes, or not the ring. Horn Dorsets, we're ready for Class 7, 8, and 9 to be heading the makeup ring. Class 7, 8, and 9 in the Horn Dorsets ewes head to the makeup ring. January Hampshire Rams, be ringside and ready. Class 11, February and March, Hampshire Slick Rams, be making your way up to the ring. Just a reminder, we will only need champion Rams or U's for the Supremes. If you're a reserve, we will not have you come through the ring tomorrow afternoon. Just champions will only thing come through the Supremes. Also, as a reminder, if you've had a champion or a reserve champion, please be sure to get your pictures of the backdrop. Champion or reserve champions today or tomorrow, or even yesterday for that matter. If you've not gotten pictures, make sure you're getting them for us for our backdrop pictures. Thank you.
I think a little bit competitive lineup here as you work through here, but what makes it competitive is just a lot of differences of what's brought to the table out here. The closest to correct in my mind of what I look for is the one that's up front. Like him in terms of his foot size and his bone work. I think he's one that as you study up through his front third, you really like his chest width and his forerib shape. I think he's good in terms of his topside dimension. he's one that if we're going to get critical, I think you could level him out of his dock a little bit, just add more security and straightness as you work from his hock down to his foot off of his rear tube. But I think from his hip forward, that's the place to start. Little squarer back leg and the one that comes in second, really good in terms of just his handling quality and his touch. Like his height, the shoulder, his chest width. He's a little smaller in terms of his foot. He's just a little bit frailer in terms of his bone work, but most so than anything, as you work further back into that one's flank line, we just need more fill as you work into the rear third of that one's body. The one that comes out in third, big-footed, heavy-structured, wide-constructed. He's as big-topped and as big-ended as anything out here. Gets a little plain as you get off to this side right here, but boy, there's areas of the country you get further west that there's a lot of buyers for this kind. I think he's got a lot of value. Just gets a little plain out here compared to a couple of sheep that come with really a quality look up ahead of him. Sheep that comes out in four, I think's got some really nice pieces. I like him in terms of his height, the shoulder. I like him in terms of his foot and his bone work. His body shape to me is okay. He just comes in a few more pieces as you work from a bigger shoulder into just a little bit flatter at the base of his rib cage, and then he gets tighter in the middle of his loin, or the middle of his top line, gets a little off in his the rear loin there. I just think he just needs to be smoother, not only on the standstill but also in motion. That's a really good set of sheep. Congratulations to those four. Give them a round of applause as they exit.
Now ready for senior champion Hampshire Slick Ram. Results from last class. First place, Isabella Free. Second, Olivia Porter. Third, Vivian Stevenson. Fourth, Sam Munsterman. After senior champion Hampshire Slick, we will have class of January Slick Rams. Class 10. Class 11, be ready and ringside for your class as well.
Yeah, good quality through the senior division on the Hampshires here. I think there's just differences in terms of how they're presented and where they're at in terms of stage of maturity. The guy that won the first class certainly had his day. Again, a little bit working clothes as you study him out here. Needs to be probably just a little fresher. For that point, we'll go ahead and pull these two out of the second class for Grand and Reserve. Congratulations to them.
Hampshire Slick exhibitors, remember you need to get your pictures under the Showdown banner as well as the YSE banner. So Hampshire exhibitors, be sure you're getting two sets of pictures with two different banners. Congratulations to Isabella Free for senior champion Hampshire Ram, reserved to Olivia Porter. Natural colors exhibitors, be getting your Rams towards ring two. Rams toward ring two for the natural colors. You can be thinking about it for your yearling ewe natural colors. We're on the next to last class of horned ewe lambs, or last class now.
I think a top pair of high quality sheep, that's where the decision is. And I don't think either one of them are perfect. Got to kind of break them down just a little bit. I do like the foot size, the bone work of the sheep up front. I like his height, the shoulder. That's not his advantage over the one in second. His advantage is his true rib shape directly out of the backside of his shoulder. I like him at the edge of his top line. His loin edge is better, and then certainly one that's just a little bit leveler and more consistent in terms of his loin and the levelness of his hip. Now, I'd like to see him probably just a little fresher and fuller as we work through the center part of his body, but I do think that one, as you get in and start analyzing him in terms of width and muscularity and handling quality, is the place that you need to start. Now, there's a lot that I like about the sheep that comes in second. He's got the white fuzzies down low, and certainly one that props up well from the side. Young man does a really good job getting him shown. Tall fronted, good in terms of his front end. It's from there back that I think he gets just a little higher in his loin. He's a little bit more off out of his hip as he gets out in motion. And then as we start to compare forerib shape of those top two, he could be busted open at the top side of his rib cage, just a little bit flatter at the edge of his loin to be able to beat that one up ahead of him. I think those two both have a lot of value down the road. The one that comes out in three is a really nice sheep. The young lady does a really good job getting him shown. Big-footed, heavy structured, good in terms of body shape, just a little plainer and more bland in terms of his muscle texture up high. And then as we get him in motion, gets just a little bit more downhill and plainer in terms of his breastplate and his chest floor up front. The one that we round out with, young man, that's a good sheep in a set of sheep that are very tough. I like that one's build and his balance. Just needs more bloom and mass as we study him compared to those ones up ahead of him, but that's a high quality sheep to stand forth today. Congratulations to those four.
All right, for Class 11, Hampshire Slick Rams. Results from last class. First place, Matty Hogger. Second, Ty Thorson. Third, Harper Newton. And fourth, Gabe Wyatt. Following Class 11, we'll be doing a junior champion ram. We'll need the first and seconds from Class 8, from 10 and 11. Olivia Porter, Allie Winters, we need your sheep to the ring.
Hampshire Ram exhibitors, next class in the ring will be your junior champion ram drive. Junior champion ram drive. So we need those class winners from class 8, 9, no. We need 10 and 11. Class winners from 10 and 11 to the makeup ring. First and second place Rams to the makeup ring from 10 and 11.
think there's a lot of give and take in these two, and I guess I'm not big on pulling my crystal ball out to see what these guys necessarily look exactly like upon maturity, but I do think that there's some things in both of them we could modify long term. The stouter one's the one up front. Obviously, the better heighted one's the one up front. Handling qualities in his favor. Chest floor's good. Body shape's good. I like the edge of his top line. The base of his shoulder, I think, needs set back inside his skeleton a little bit. As you work to his hip, he could be just a little bit longer there and more stable in terms of his lower joint off of his rear two. But his advantage is in terms of just bulk and mass and show ring readiness as we study him at this stage of the game. The one that's in second, I like kind of the opposite things about. To me, he's more up on his toes. He's a shorter pastern buck. I think he's one that you like in terms of his top line and his length of hip. Now with that, he's a little narrower chested. He's a little bit more bland and plain in terms of his handling quality. And his loin just needs to be a little bit bigger and flatter as you work back there compared to the one that we lead off with. Congratulations to both of those. Nice projects and certainly ones that have a nice future ahead of them. Congratulations.
Placings on Class 11, first place and congratulations exhibited by Olivia Porter, and second place exhibited by Allie Winters. We are ready to select your junior and reserve junior champion Ram Lambs. So we need Class 10, first place from Maddie Hogger, and second place from Ty Thorson. And then also out of Class 11, first place Olivia Porter, second place from Allie Winters. Let's also be making sure we have those senior champions from Isabella Free and Olivia Porter in the makeup ring. Kyle or Julie Wilson? Kyle or Julie Wilson? If you'll come to ring one announcer stand for just a second, Kyle or Julie Wilson?
I think a lot of quality as we work through the younger age groups here. Fairly logical place to go, in my opinion, for Grand and Reserve. Pick three as we work out here in the Hampshire show, and so I think to me that's where the decision lies. Is probably on third in this particular set. I think there's one that's probably a little looser structured and safer, and then there's one that is definitely stouter and more powerful and comes with a few more extras. So that's kind of how I see them. We're going to go ahead and use the older age buck here for champion. Second out of that class will be reserve, and then we'll fall back here to the younger class for third overall. Congratulations.
Your junior champion Hampshire Ram was exhibited by Madison Hogger, and your reserve junior champion by Ty Thorson, and your third overall for the Hampshire Showdown was exhibited by Olivia Porter. So now we need those top three, first, second, and third, or senior champion, reserve senior champion, and the third overall from the senior drive in the show ring. Natural colored exhibitors, we need those class 15, 16, and 17 natural colored yearling ewes to the makeup ring. Classes 15, 16, and 17 natural colored yearling ewes to the makeup ring. Hampshire exhibitors. We are going to be moving right into your Hampshire U show. So that class 12 Hampshire U class needs to be headed toward the show ring. Class 12 Hampshire's yearling ewes. So here at U Sheep Expo, the Hampshire divisions ran just a little bit differently because we have a national junior show, or a national show is here with the Hampshire Showdown. So in the Ram division, we are going to pick a grand, reserve, and third overall in the Rams. And then in the U division, we will be picking a top 5. So we'll pick a top 5 senior and a top 5 junior to select a top 5 overall. That is just in the Hampshire, both Hampshire Fitteds and Slicks divisions here this weekend.
Well, again, we get back out here to select champion Ram, and I think a quality set. We started off in the older age group, and I thought one that you liked from his hip forward, good touch and handling quality there. Get him in motion. I think you could modify hip and hind leg just a little bit. The one out of the younger division, I think, is just kind of a fault-free type, I guess. I hate that term, but boy, that guy just needs some Indiana corn, and he fills in his center body. That guy's very good in terms of feet and legs. Top side handles very good. Props up well. Just needs a little bit more center body fill. Get into the seconds, and I thought a very good handling one that was second out of that older division. Maybe gets just a little straight up front. And then the second out of the younger division, I thought one that was very good propped up on the standstill. Has some neat pieces. Maybe comes in a couple more pieces. Needs to be better up at the top of his rib cage. Better in terms of just his loin transition there. And then as we get into the thirds, big, stout, high-performing buck that was third out of the heavy division that's just a little plain from the side. Stout, high-quality handling one that was third in the younger division. Needs to be just a little safer in terms of skeleton and structure. That's kind of how I see him. I'll get you a top 3 out here. If you would, please put your hands together and show these kids your appreciation for their effort.
Your champion Hampshire Ram, exhibited by Madison Hogger with her junior champion. Reserve champion Hampshire Ram, exhibited by Ty Thorson with his reserve junior champion. And your third overall is your senior champion, exhibited by Isabella Free. Hampshire exhibitors, we are going to take just a brief pause. We're going to go get pictures of these 3 Rams before we start in with Class 12 yearling ewes. we are ready. Let's go ahead and continue with the Hamp Show. We are ready for Class 12, Fall Yearling Ewes. There should be 4 entries in this class. Hampshire exhibitors, let's make this your first call for that Class 13. First call, Class 13 Hampshire Ewes. These are from January 1 to January 8th of 24. So let's make our way with Class 13. Natural colored exhibitors, Class 17, 18, and 19, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 17, 18, and 19 natural colored exhibitors to the makeup ring. Hampshire exhibitors, this is that second call for Class 13, Hampshire Yearling Ewes. Second call, Class 13, Hampshire Yearling Ewes. For those of you in Ring 1, our judge for this weekend is Mr. Randall Van Krosick. Randall grew up on a diversified livestock operation in Shoshone, Wyoming. He obtained his agricultural business degrees from both Casper College in Casper, Wyoming, and K-State in Manhattan, Kansas. While at both schools, he was fortunate to acquire several accolades as part of nationally competitive livestock judging programs. From 2009 to 2017, he was the collegiate livestock judging coach and taught collegiate ag curriculum at K-State in Manhattan, Kansas, and Northeastern Junior College in Sterling, Colorado. Since 2018, Randall and his wife Cheyenne have called Sioux Falls, South Dakota home. Cheyenne is a clinical pharmacist with the Sanford Health Plan, and Randall serves as a key account manager for Smartech and New Generation Supplements. In October, they welcomed their first child, Kaylin Dean Van Krosick. Randall has had the fortune of judging sheep shows across the United States. Randall has had the honor of judging shows at the North American, San Antonio Livestock Show, and others. Let's give Randall a nice warm welcome for him being here this weekend with us at the Used Sheep Expo.
Well, I think a great way to start the Hampshire show off, and to prove that point, we worked down into fourth place here with one that is stout and powerful, and I'm sure definitely had her day. There's nothing wrong with that type of sheep right there. just in a class like this, you better be a shark if you're going to swim in shark waters. And the one up front, I think's very good. That one I love in terms of the squareness of her feet and legs, love her body shape, good handling quality. Her major advantage within this top pair is her cleanliness and just leanness, freshness, if you will, as you work at the base of her shoulder into her forerib, handling down her top. I think that one's a nice U in terms of her hip and hind leg design, props up well, has the right kind of proportions. If you're going to get nitpicky when we set her loose, she could be just a little bit more relaxed in terms of her top line, center of her back there, and that's an advantage for the one that comes out in second. I like her a great deal in motion, very, very sound structured. She's good in terms of her levelness. Her hip and hind leg is on point. Very good in terms of her head and her neck shape up front. A little heavier conditioned. She's maybe just a little more general in terms of her forerib shape as we compare her to that one that we lead off with, but very high quality underline. I think one that as you study versus the sheep that comes out in 3, I like her in terms of her squareness down low, her foot size, and ultimately stoutness of feature down there. Young boys are getting her propped up and shown really well. Young lady that comes out in 3, first of all, does a great job with getting them shown. Very good in terms of the front third design of this particular sheep. I like her in her forerib shape, very hard handling, good hided U. Just a little stale in her appearance. She wants to get a little easy and old in terms of her top line at times. Young lady tries to show it out of her, but every once in a while she'll get just a little loose and easy there, gets a little frailer as you work down to the surface, and as those 3 leave you, I think she's maybe just a little bit more bland in terms of her pin set, her thigh shape as you get in behind her. The stoutest hipped one and the stoutest muscled one is the one that comes out in 4. Big back, big ended. Young man, you've got a sheep that has a lot of things that are right with it, and there's a lot of versatility with that one as you take her forward in a breeding program. In a class like this, she gets just a little round off of both ends, starting to show the effects of maturity a little bit. She's a little bigger necked, a little more pronounced at the base of her shoulder, and gets just a little round, if you will, as we get off to both ends. Congratulations to those 4. Really high quality way to start the Hampshires. Give them a round of applause as they exit.
Class 12, first place, and congratulations goes to Samantha Everhart. Second place, Kipton Poe. Third to Olivia Porter, and fourth to Cruz Coyle. We are ready for that Class 13 Hampshire Slick Yearling U class. There are 4 entries in that class. Also, first call for Class 14 Hampshire Slick U's Slick to the makeup ring. First call for Class 14. Hampshire exhibitors, this is your second call for Class 14. Second call, Class 14, Hampshire yearling ewes to the makeup ring.
I think a lot of give and take as you work down in through this particular class, and there are advantages for the sheep that's in fourth down here that you could move further up in class depending on where you put your priorities. I like the top two, and I like them in terms of just their basic build and soundness of skeleton. The young ladies up front do a good job getting this one stuck. She maybe over pushes just a little bit at times, but boy, that one's very, very round in terms of her body shape, very big in terms of her back and the edge of her top line. She's big out of her hip, and she's big down to the surface. If you're going to get critical on her, she's a little heavier condition. She gets just a little older at the base of her shoulder and a little older at the base of her neck in terms of how round she is there. But boy, I think within this pair up top, her height quality, her handling quality, and then ultimately just her width as you work up high and get into her pin set is the difference. Now, I love the soundness of structure and just the basic build of the one that comes out in second, and certainly one that as you put him in motion, she gravitates further up the class because she is very sound structured. Now with that though, I think as you get up on top of these four sheep, she's probably just the most bland at the edge of her loin. Out of her pin set, though, that's where she just needs to be bigger. Her pin set, her thigh, is stifle from behind, just needs stoutened up there to compete with that one that wins. I like the sheep that comes out in third, and there are pieces of this particular sheep that I think you can start with. Obviously, from the outside, she's the big one, but I like her height, the shoulder, and her length ahead of her blade is exceptionally good. She's lean at this stage of the game. She handles fresh in terms of her top line, particularly right in behind her shoulder. Now, you set them in motion, she needs to be more consistent in her top line, particularly her loin back into her hip, and then as you work from hock down to ground off of her rear leg, just needs to be straighter and a little bit more attractive there in terms of hip and hind leg set. But that one from her last rib forward is a class contender. From her last rib back gets her into just a little bit of trouble. The one that comes out in four, I like the basic build in. She's got big furry legs down low, propped up, she's very level. I think as you really get in and start to break these things down though, that's the flattest one at the top side of her rib cage. She's just the most general in terms of her pin set. Just needs to be as broad up high as she is down low to match with a set of mature ewes that have just a lot of mass and width from their blade back. I like that one a great deal from the side. I think you could take a whole pasture full of ewes that look like that, just have to have more bulk and mass on the top side of that one skeleton. Congratulations to those four, really high quality class.
Placings in Class 13, first place, and congratulations goes to Addison Jessup. Second place goes to Ty Thorson. Third place to Levi Willman. And fourth place to Sam Munsterman. In the ring now, we are ready for Class 14, slick-sheared Hampshire yearling ewes. There should be 4 entries in this class, ranging from January 15th through March 29th. Hampshire exhibitors, this will be that first call for Class 15 Fall Ewe Lambs. First call, Class 15 Fall Ewe Lambs. After Class 15, we will be selecting your senior and reserve senior champion along with your top 5 overall. So after Class 15, we will select your top 5 senior ewes. Also, there was a cell phone left in, I believe I heard the men's restroom. I have a cell phone up here at the announcer stand. If you are missing a cell phone that was left in the bathroom, please come see me. Natural colored Romney exhibitors. Natural colored Romney exhibitors. Let's be making your way with those natural colored rams to the makeup ring in ring 2. Natural colored Romney rams to the makeup ring in ring 2. Hampshire exhibitors, this will be your second call for those fall ewe lambs, class 15. Second call, class 15, fall ewe lambs. Kingston Rinker, we need those Romney Rams to the makeup ring in ring 2, please. Kingston Rinker with your Romney Rams to ring 2's makeup ring.
Well, the quality just keeps getting better in the Hampshire ring, and maybe not better, but certainly just as competitive and deep as you can make it. Really good top 3 in this particular class. All 4 of them come with just a ton of quality. I think you can make some decisions up here in the top pair because I think there's some differences. The one that leads off, just in terms of the way I like them, square from the ground up, really robust rib cage, big in terms of her back, and where she's got the main advantage over the one that comes out in second is, first of all, I think she is taller shouldered. She's naturally taller shouldered and her neck comes out higher out of the top side of her shoulder. You can see it in motion, but more so than anything, at the edge of her loin, to her dock, her pin set, and then her thigh, and just her crotch shape from behind is just fuller and more massive than the one that comes out in second. Like that sheep a great deal propped up. She could catch just another gear as we get out in motion. I don't think that she's tight in terms of her rear two, but when she moves slow, she just doesn't move with just quite as athletic a stride as the one that comes out in second. Needs to go at just a little bit quicker pace. There's a lot to love about the one that comes out in second. First of all, again, the pearly whites, color advantage as you start at the surface, but you work from there up. Very, very good in terms of underline quality. Her top line's exceptionally good. On the standstill, very, very good in terms of just the smoothness of her shoulder and the way it's laid in at the apex or the top of her skeleton. Get her in motion. She wants to get just a little heavier in terms of her neck and where that comes out of her shoulder. As much as anything, though, get in behind those two sheep. She just needs more in terms of her thigh and right in the seat of her pants to compete with that ewe directly ahead of her. I love the one that comes out in third, particularly from her last rib back. I think that one is bold and big and has just a lot of versatility from a breeding perspective. Of the top three here, she's probably the heaviest condition, the one that probably shows the most in terms of just age and maturity. Start at up front and just her neck shape. Her breastplate is a little bit more pronounced than the two ahead of her. Work back into her flank, and she's big flanked, but she's also just a little heavier conditioned as we work down her top line, just a little bit softer, if you will, compared to those two directly ahead of her. But boy, there's a lot of good in that particular sheep. Stout structured, cool built, just needs leaned up and freshened up as we study her out here today. Round out the set with one that I think handles very good in terms of her rib cage. Little frailer bone, but boy, those girls are getting her shown really, really well. Congratulations to that set. Fun set to sort through. Give them a round of applause as they exit.
Placings on Class 14, first place, and congratulations goes to Cole Ritter. Second place goes to Ava Wilson. Third place to Eleanor Carson. And fourth place to Harper Newton. Entering the ring now, we will be ready for Class 15, Fall Hampshire Slick Ewe Lambs. Fall Hampshire Ewe Lambs in the ring now, Class 15. Natural colored Romney exhibitors, we need those ewes, all natural colored ewes, to the makeup ring there in ring 2. So we need all natural colored Romney ewes to the makeup ring. Hampshire exhibitors, after Class 15, which is the one in the ring, we will be selecting your senior and reserve senior and top 5 overall senior ewes. So we need all first and second place Hampshire ewes from classes 12, 13, 14, and 15 to the makeup ring. So we can first, seconds, and thirds. First, seconds, and thirds to the makeup ring for senior champion and top 5 overall. So out of class 12, we will need Samantha Everhart, Kipton Poe, and Olivia Porter. Out of class 13, we will need Addison Jessup, Ty Thorson, and Levi Willman. Out of class 14, we will need Cole Ritter, Ava Wilson, and Eleanor Carson. We need first, second, and third place ewes to the makeup ring to select our senior champion and top 5 overall in our senior division. Once again, Hampshire exhibitors, if you had a first, second, or third place in those 3 Hamp Yearling U classes, we need you in the makeup ring, ringside, and ready. So out of class 12, Samantha Everhart, Kipton Poe, and Olivia Porter. Out of 13, Addison Jessup, Ty Thorson, and Levi Willman. And out of 14, Cole Ritter, Ava Wilson, and Eleanor Carson. We need first and second places, and first, seconds, and thirds to the makeup ring.
Really good class here, and much like we're going to get into in the spring ULAMs, you got to put your projection hat on just a little bit and start to project these things forward as they get bigger, and that's where I think the one up front excels so good in terms of just her build and balance. Tremendous future in that particular sheep. Now, with that said, if you're to just get in behind them or get on top of these sheep and just bulk and mass them from this stage of the game, I don't know that she's the stoutest in this class by any means, but I do think that her muscle texture and her muscle pattern is right as you progress that one forward, and she is so good in terms of her front third. Very, very high quality underline, high quality touch. Now the bigger footed, heavier structured ones in second, love that one in terms of her chest width, her body shape, big backed and big ended. It's up front that she just doesn't match quite as much quality as the one ahead of her. A little bit bigger in terms of the base of her shoulders. She's a little lower tying in her neck. Just needs to be propped up just a little bit taller in terms of her front third compared to that one up front. But boy, those two are awfully, awfully nice. Young man in third, I'm sure didn't come here with a sheep like that to be third. I'm sure that one's experienced plenty of success. Big backed and really, really fuzzy down low. Got the right kind of proportions. She gets just a little bit more compact. Start to analyze her from just a fat content. She's a little heavier conditioned at this stage of the game, particularly as you work to the edge of her loin. And then from just a size standpoint, you'd like to see her just a little taller fronted and just a little bit more extended. I like that about the one that comes out in 4. I think really, really good built. One that's just a little bit more juvenile or lammy or green in terms of the way she's presented out here. A little flatter up in her forerib, needs more bulk and mass as you come out of the top side of her shoulder. And then we round out the top 5 with a really good one that's good in terms of body shape. One of the stouter muscled sheep within this particular set gets just a little plain as we work off to the side of her. Boy, that young lady's done a really good job showing sheep today. If you would, give these kids a round of applause as they exit.
Placings on that fall ULAM class. First place, and congratulations, Samantha Everhart. Second place to Olivia Porter. Third to Noah Maddox. Fourth to Benton Yandel. And fifth to Harper Newton. We are now going to be selecting our top 5 senior U's in this Hampshire show. Out of class 12, first place was Samantha Everhart. Second place was Kipton Poe. And third was Olivia Porter. Out of class 13, first place was Addison Jessup. Second was Ty Thorson. And third was Levi Willman. Out of class 14, first was Cole Ritter. Second was Ava Wilson. And third was Eleanor Carson. Out of class 15, first was Samantha Everhart. Second, Olivia Porter. And third, Noah Maddox. Hampshire exhibitors, this will be that first call for that class 16 January Hampshire ULAM. First call, class 16.
younger age groups as high quality and as fun to work through as the set that we've had here on the senior side. I think a really nice set of sheep. And with that said, I think you can get nitpicky on each one of them like we did in class. I think as you work through, there's a set of sheep that in my mind gravitate just closer to the type that I look for. Again, start at the ground and make them square, work from there up, have the right kind of body shape, the right kind of proportions, and then still come with some leanness, some freshness, and some look at this stage of the game on some of these bigger old ewes that have been shown quite a bit. And so you work through here. I will tell you, in my mind, it comes down to two of them for champion. I mean, obviously, we're going to pull a top 5 out here. There's two of them in my mind that are leaner and just a little bit more correct in terms of just proportionality in my mind. You set those two in motion. There's one of them that just gets out with more authority out of her hip and hind leg, strides longer, strides more correctly as she gets out and goes. And so that's kind of how I see them. I think a really good set. I've talked them in length in class, so I won't spend a whole lot more time here on the microphone. I'll get you a top 5, really fun group to work through. Put your hands together for a nice set of Hampshire seniors.
Your top 5, your senior champion ewe is exhibited by Class 12 winner Samantha Everhart. Your reserve senior champion exhibited by Cole Ritter from Class 14. Third overall, Addison Jessup from Class 13. Fourth overall, Ava Wilson from Class 13. And fifth overall, Samantha Everhart from Class 25. Or Class 15, not 25. Romney exhibitors, be making your way to ring 2. Go ahead and just take all those rams and ewes up there. Romney exhibitors, be making your way to ring 2 with all rams and ewes. Hampshire exhibitors, we are ready to move right on into our slick ewe lamb classes. We are ready on class 16. Hampshire ewe lambs. Class 17, this will be your first call. First call for Class 17, Hampshire Slick Ewes to the makeup ring. Top 5 senior, top 5 junior exhibitors, we will take your picture on the showdown background at the conclusion of the Hampshire show. So we are not going to stop right now to do that. We are going to keep right on going. So you will take those pictures at the conclusion of the Hampshire show. So let's be getting those Hamp ewe lambs to the makeup ring. Hampshire exhibitors, this is going to be your second call for that Class 17 Hampshire ULAM class. Second call for that Class 17 Hampshire ULAM class.
Good set here, and I think just differences in terms of how they're presented and the stage of maturity that they're in, and so you've got to weigh that and take that into account. I think two sheep up front that have a lot of good, and it'll be interesting to see how they progress in terms of their future. I like the sheep up front in terms of being very upstanding first and foremost. She's good in her top line. Her biggest difference within the top pair here is one, she's more comfortable in the ring. I think that certainly sits to her favor, but on top of that, she's She's bolder at the top side of her rib cage. She spans more mass at the edge of her top line. She's bigger at the edge of her loin and then bigger from behind. And so at this stage of the game, I think that's just the logical place to go ahead and land on. I love parts and pieces of the one that comes out in second. And in fact, as you progress these things forward, I come back next year and maybe she makes me look silly because I do think she's very good in terms of build and balance. She's obviously fighting the showman just a little bit, but in motion, you can see the quality on that particular sheep. Very good in terms of her front third design, very good in her top line and her hip and hind leg design. Again, just a little bit more bland in terms of her texture and tone as we study her at this stage of the game, just a little bit more young and lammy in terms of just her muscularity, but I think those two are very, very nice. I like the sheep that comes out in third, big-footed, heavy structured, little bitty neck, cute little head up front. She's big in terms of her muscularity. Just needs to blend it together more consistently, young lady. A little big at the base of her shoulder. Needs to be just a little bit more level as we work through her loin and into her hip there. Nice sheep though, and certainly one that as you travel the jackpot circuit, I think will have plenty of people that favor her. The one that comes out in four, there's a lot to like about this sheep, and I guarantee you my wife sitting on the edge of the ring probably saw this sheep walk in and went, oh, that's one Randall will like. Very, very big and fuzzy in terms of her lower leg, and yet still very cute up front. Very, very young and youthful and trim in terms of the way she's presented. Probably works to her disadvantage in this particular class. Just needs a little bit more bulk and maturity, particularly right up on top of that one skeleton and right in behind her. But boy, she is very, very good from the side and has a ton of future. Love the sheep that comes out in five. That speaks to how deep this class is. Wide-chested, bold-bodied, very good in her top line. Hind leg design's exceptionally good. Just doesn't come with quite the same look up through her chest plate. Her breast, her chest floor, lower shoulder just comes more pronounced and more mature as we study her compared to these up ahead of her. And then the one that we round out the set with, I think, again, ton of future in this sheep. Very good structured, just a little green in terms of her muscle pattern out here. Just needs to be a little bit stouter from the ground up. Congratulations to that set. Really, really high quality.
First place and congratulations goes to Riggin Klotz. Second place to Maddie Hogger. Third place to Sarah Munsterman. Fourth to Ellie Tompkins. Fifth to Micah Heeg. And sixth to Emma Myers. Just a reminder here in the Hampshire division, make sure that when we call back for junior champion, we need first, second, and third to come back. Entering the ring now, we are ready for Class 17, Hampshire Slick-Sheared Ewe Lambs. This will be a first call for Class 18, Slick Hampshire Ewe Lambs. Josh Tompkins, or somebody affiliated with Josh Tompkins, could you please come to the announcer's stand? Josh Tompkins, or somebody affiliated with that family, please come to the announcer's stand. Lincoln exhibitors, we are ready. This is your call for your Lincoln Rams to the makeup ring in ring 2. Class 31, 32, and 33, Lincoln Rams to the makeup ring. Hampshire exhibitors, this will be your second call for that Class 2 or Class 18. Class 18 Hampshire ewe lamb. Second call, Class 18 Hampshire ewe lambs.
A good class here, and I guess as you study these, there's just a lot of differences in terms of just maturity and condition as you're working through here. Some of these obviously are maybe a little bit more prepared for the show ring than others, and so I think you've got to take that into consideration. I like the two sheep up front. To me, that's the decision is up there. I'll be the first one to admit that as you start up front on that one that I lead off with, I'd like to see her longer fronted. I'd like to see her a little taller at the top side of her shoulder. Those are advantages for the one in second. But what she is today is wider chested. What she is today is bolder right out of the back side of her shoulder. She's better at the top side of her rib cage, significantly better at the edge of her loin right here. And then as you study these two sheep, width in terms of her hip, her pin set, and then squareness at her hock is better at this stage of the game. Now there's pieces of the sheep that comes in second that I much prefer. I love her in terms of her length of neck, like her in terms of her head. I think she's very wedge shaped as you work from her shoulder back. Right here though, right now, she's just a little green still. Right here as she hooks back into her hip, she's just a little green still. And then as you take her down into her thigh and her crotch, she's just a little green, just a little lammy in terms of the way that she's presented at this stage of the game. Like those two sheep a great deal. I think one of them's just a little bit more ready today. The one that comes out in three, different beast entirely. We've got a little bigger frame sheep here, and I think that one long term continues to just progressively get better and better. She's really, really big in her feet. She's really big in her structure down low. She's one that I like a great deal in terms of her front third design. Her body shape is on point. She's good in terms of her hip and hind leg and her squareness from behind. As you study her today, get her in motion. She may be just a little tentative out of her front third. She needs to be just a little stronger in terms of her top line, a little fuller in terms of her midrib and flank. The one that comes out in four, she's got the opposite of that. She's the big-bodied one that's very, very fresh and bulgy and ready in terms of her top side and from behind. I think up front of these top four, she's the one that gets just a little lower fronted. Need to take her neck and set it on the top side of her shoulder, add more stoutness as you work down low on that one in terms of her bone work. One that comes out in five, really, really big in terms of feature, really big in terms of bone work. I like that one in terms of her muscularity. She drives maybe just a little too hard at times. Need to level her out in terms of her top line, hook her back into her hip just a little bit more consistently. Love the build of the one that comes next. Just needs to be more sheep there, young man. That one just needs to be stouter and wider, but really, really good in terms of her build. I like the feature of the one that comes next, body shape of the one that comes next. Get her in motion. I'd like to just make more stability in terms of her hock and how she handles that off of her rear too. Maybe gets just a little bit more mature at the base of her shoulder. Round out the set with one that's very, very nice. Hard handling, muscular, just a little round off of both ends. Really nice class there. Give them a round of applause.
Placings on Class 17. First place, and congratulations, goes to Ava Wilson. Second place to Cole Ritter. Third to Grayson Poe. Fourth to Samantha Everhart. Fifth to Jace Maddox. Sixth to Gabe Wyatt. Seventh to Noah Maddox. And eighth to Colton Yoder. Once this group exits the ring, we will be ready for that Class 18 Hampshire Slick Ewe-Lamb class. Lincoln exhibitors, let's be making sure we've got those Lincoln Rams to ring 2. Also, let's just go ahead and make that call for all the Lincoln U's. Class 34, 35, 36, and 37. Lincoln Rams and U's to ring 2, please. as everybody's sitting here ringside, just a reminder that if you would like to, if you've got family members at home that want to watch, I misspoke yesterday. I know I did, just because that's what I'm used to saying. It's on Ringside Live, not what I said yesterday. So Ringside Live is where you need to go to watch the shows. There's a Ring 1 and a Ring 2, and right now in Ring 2, we are showing Class 31 Lincoln Rams. Class 31 Lincoln Rams is being shown in Ring 2. This will be that second call, Hampshire exhibitors, for that Class 19 Hampshire Ewe-Lamb. Second call, Class 19. After Class 19, we will be selecting our top 5 juniors. After Class 19, we will be selecting our top 5 junior sheep. After that, we will be selecting our champion and reserve and top 5 Hampshire ewes. At the conclusion of the Hampshire show, we're asking that all top 5 junior and senior exhibitors go to the showdown backdrop to get their photos taken. Speaking of photos, just a reminder, Emily Adcock Photography and Design is the official photographer for U Sheep Expo. Make sure you visit their website. I'm not sure if they've got showmanship pictures and things done from yesterday or not, but I know that Emily and Morgan and the girls will be working on that as hard and fast as they can. Go there, buy the photos, guys, because that's how they're making money. Don't just download them off the page and use the watermarked ones. Just buy them from the girls and support their businesses. They're here to support us, and we need to support them.
I think a good class here and a lot of quality all the way through. Nothing to take away from 4 on down. Top 3 is kind of where the heat is in this particular class, and I think an exceptionally good set all the way through. But these three really bring it to the table. And again, all three of them are in different levels, different stages of maturity, different stages of where they're at in their show career. I like the one up front a good deal. And again, you turn them loose, you get them in motion. That's probably where you like her the best. She naturally runs uphill, one that's very, very good in terms of touch and handle, gets out of both ends very well. She's not the tallest or the longest one in this particular set. In fact, I actually like the upper rib shape and the one that comes in second, probably just a little bit better than the one that leads off. But what I do like is just her stoutness of feature, her bone work, very, very good in terms of proportionality and build and balance, very good up through her front third. And then as you set these loose and get them in motion, that's where she really has the advantage. I like the one that comes out in second. She's just not quite there yet. I don't know that you want to run up against this thing as a yearling, because with her added size, with her body shape the way it is, and with her handling quality in terms of just the edges of her top line, I think that one just continues to get better and better. As we study her today, she needs to be better in terms of the way she handles her loin into her hip. She needs to be just a little bit freer in terms of how she gets out of those front two as we get her in motion. Most of that's probably just fighting the halter and fighting the showman. But I do think that two very, very high quality ones, one of them's just a little bit more correct as we study her today. The Stoutie's the one that we put in third, white-chested, bold-bodied, big in terms of her rack. She is, without a doubt, the biggest back sheep that we have had through the ring today. Huge rack shape, huge loin edge, huge pin set, really, really big and muscular. As we set the three sheep in motion, she's the one that struggles the most out of her front end, needs to tie her neck a little more correctly into the top side of her shoulder, get out of her back leg with more reach. I really like the one that comes out in four. I think that one's got a great build and a great silhouette. Just in a class of this caliber, gets just a little bit lammy and juvenile in terms of her look and her condition. Just needs to be busted open and come with more sheep today. Like the sheep that comes next in terms of just the basics, soundness of structure, maybe doesn't come quite just the same look as we study her through her front third. Lower shoulder and breastplate on that one just needs shoved back into her sternum and her skeleton. The one that comes next, really square, sound structured, needs to be freshened up a little bit in terms of her top line, but nice sheep there in terms of just basic build. Like the basic build and the one that comes next, the young lady, she just needs to be a little bit stouter. The one that rounds out the set, she is stout enough, very good handling quality. Young lady does a good job getting her shown. Gets just a little tight in her top line, a little round out of both ends. Really nice class here. I thought those top three were really, really heated up high there. Give them a round of applause as we send them out.
Placings on Class 18. First place, and congratulations to Jackson Ritter. Second place to Grayson Poe. Third to Sam Munsterman. Fourth to Cruz Coyle. Fifth to Micah Heeg. Sixth to Gabe Wyatt. Seventh to Emerson Yandel. And eighth to Emily Bradshaw. Entering the ring now, we will have our last class of slick-sheared Hamp ewe lambs. There are 9 entries in this class altogether. We had one that, for those of you watching online or on Showman app, we had to move one. We had one in the wrong class, so we actually have 9 entries in this last class. After this class, we will be selecting our junior champion and top 5 overall in our junior division of the Hampshire Show. So let's be bringing those first, second, and third place Hampshire ewe lambs to the makeup ring. First, second, and third Hampshire ewe lambs need to be to the makeup ring. Just a reminder for those of you that are all here today that might not have been here tomorrow, Sherry Sutton was here yesterday offering some Magna Wave and chiropractic services. She is doing a raffle on a Vibe plate. She is selling tickets, $50 a ticket. She's only selling 50 total tickets. So if you buy one ticket, you have a 1 in 50 chance of winning this Vibe plate. Once she has sold all the tickets, she will do a drawing. If that doesn't happen this weekend, once she has all 50 sold, she'll do the drawing and she will be in contact with the winning person. So if you are interested, I'm pretty sure there's a paper over here, maybe on a table and over here around ring 2, that tells you all about that drawing. But if you have any interest in a Vibe plate, that would be where you're going to want to look. If Jake Jordan or Waylon Jester is around the fairgrounds anywhere, Jake Jordan or Waylon Jester, we have a couple things up here for you at the announcer's stand. Waylon Jester and Jake Jordan.
A good class again. I think a nice pair up here to start off with of sheep that are just ready for the stage that we have out here in terms of just their bloom and show ring readiness. Set them in motion, and the one up front just gets out of both ends considerably more flexible, particularly in terms of the angle of her shoulder and just the flexibility of her top line. Hooks her loin into her hip just a little bit more consistently. Really, really nice sheep there. I think one that's bold and handles good, big in terms of her hip. Get her in motion. She wants to drop just a little bit in terms of her front end. She's not just the tallest fronted one in the world, but I don't necessarily hold that against her. I think she's got so much in terms of just the sweep to her bottom line to really proportion and balance correctly, and then moves really good as well. The one that comes out in second is without a doubt the biggest muscled one in this class. Really, really raw in terms of her rack shape, wide in terms of her loin, and big out of her hip. Unfortunately, she just comes in a few more pieces because of her skeleton. She's just a little more upright in terms of the shoulder of her angle. Needs to hook her loin just a little bit smoother and more consistently back into her hip to compete with that one ahead of her. Those are advantages for the sheep that comes next. I think she is more appropriate in the angle of her shoulder. She is smoother as she hooks back into her hip. She's a little plainer as you work down into her thigh shape and her crotch shape, and then ultimately as you study that one in the depth of her flank in relation to the length of her scapula and her blade up front, just needs to be offset just a little bit more, a little shallower up front in order to accommodate for her depth in terms of her flank. The one that comes out in 4, really nice in terms of build and balance, high quality, good in terms of touch and certainly tone. I think that one, obviously, as you study her at this stage of the game, is the greenest conditioned one out here, but I think a bright future in that sheep, just maybe not quite ready yet as we study her out here on the big stage. The one that comes next, really good in terms of her body shape, hooks her neck in just a little bit low, and then as we get the sheep in motion, maybe has just a little bit extra set from her hock down to the surface. The one that comes next, really like from her forerib back up front, she's got just a little bit more chest and lower shoulder, needs to hook her neck in on top of her shoulder a little bit more correctly. Good handling sheep that comes next with big bone and big feature down low, needs to get out of her hip and hind leg with just more consistency and athleticism. Like the sheep that comes next in terms of squareness and movement, she's plenty muscular, just a little shorter and lower to the ground, a little more compact. Like to see her in a little bit bigger package. And then the one that we round out the set with, I think has good handling quality, muscularity is there, little deep up front, little round out of her hip, just needs to be a little bit prettier as we get off to the side of her. Congratulations to that set. Give them a round of applause as they exit.
Placings on Class 19, first place, and congratulations to Jude Parker. Second place to Eleanor Carson. Third, Cruz Coyle. Fourth, Samantha Everhart. Fifth, Melanie Wilson. Sixth, Micah Heeg. Seventh, Ellis Rinker. Eighth, Allie Winters. And ninth, Carson Yandell. We are ready to select our top 5 junior sheep. So out of Class 16, first place was Riggin Klotz. Second place, Madison Hogger. Third place, Sarah Munsterman. Out of Class 17, first place, Ava Wilson. Second place, Cole Ritter. And third place, Grayson Poe. Out of Class 18, first place, Jackson Ritter. Second place, Grayson Poe. And third place, Sam Munsterman. And just selected out of Class 19, first place, Jude Parker. Second place, Eleanor Carson. And third place, Cruz Coyle. So with our Hampshire division here in both rings, because as soon as the Lincolns are done over here in the ring 2, they're going to start the fitted Hamps. All these kids, they're vying for points this weekend in Showdown. The Hamp Association's been really good, the Junior Association, about getting sponsorship money and awards and all those things, and they've had other additional contests that have gone along with this entire show, with showmanship, skill-a-thon, judging contest, all of those things all score points. So they will be giving awards out, I believe, based on division. So junior, intermediate, senior division, they'll do those awards, and they will do those, I am assuming, later this afternoon once we're all kind of wrapped up with the shows. Hampshire exhibitors, we need those top 5 from the senior division. The top 5 seniors need to be ringside and ready. Top 5 seniors.
think a nice lineup out here, and the first thing that I'll tell you is they don't all fit in a cookie cutter package. I'm the first one to understand that. You show up to a show and you've got a particular kind in mind. First and foremost, good livestock can come in different shapes and sizes, in my opinion. I think as you study out here, there's good livestock on all three lines. Maybe don't all match in terms of just everything that they put together, but first and foremost, got to cross the boxes of skeleton and soundness. I think we've got a group out here that do that. From there, then, if we can make them with some look and some build and some balance and project them forward with some quality as big sheep, I think obviously we've got a set of sheep out here that do that, and then ultimately pack them with some stoutness and some power as well. I think that's important. In my mind, I think it's close on champion between a couple of them. I think ultimately as you set them in motion, there's one of them that's more comfortable out of her shoulder. You step to handle. She's wider and fuller in terms of her loin edge. There's one of them that I think props up with a little bit more height to shoulder. She's got great big legs and all the cool things. Get her in motion and maybe she drops just a little bit and then ultimately could handle just a little bit more consistently as we work over the edge of her loin at this stage of the game. That's kind of how I see the top two. I'll set this down and get you a top five. Really good lineup. Give these kids a big round of applause.
Junior champion, Jude Parker. Reserve junior champion is Jackson Ritter. Third overall is Ava Wilson. Fourth overall is Cole Ritter. And fifth overall is Grayson Poe. Those 5 sheep need to stay in the ring. We're going to bring out the senior champions. All right, we are going to pick a top 5 overall Hampshire ewe. So our senior champion was exhibited by Samantha Everhart. Our reserve senior champion exhibited by Cole Ritter. Third overall senior Addison Jessup. Fourth, Ava Wilson. And fifth, Samantha Everhart. Junior champion was exhibited by Jude Parker. Reserve junior champion Jackson Ritter. Third overall, Ava Wilson. Fourth overall, Cole Ritter. And fifth overall, Grayson Poe. Also, those of you that are interested, cornhole sign up is going on. It is over here in where we check in the building. If you are exhibiting here, if you are a junior exhibiting, you are signing up as a team. Adults, you are more than welcome to put down a partner, but understand that the adult showmanship or the adult cornhole will be random draw. So adult cornhole is random draw. Youth, if you're a junior, that will be a team sign up. Hampshire exhibitors, fitted Hampshire exhibitors. This is your first call for those Hampshire Rams. Hampshire exhibitors, first call for those Hampshire Rams over in ring 2. Also, just a reminder, those 10 sheep that are in the ring right now, when you are selected, when this is done, directly to the showdown background for pictures of the top 5 junior and top 5 senior sheep.
Really a fun set to work through out here. If you would, put your hands together for the kids making it into the champion hamp lineup. I thought the quality was exceptionally good, and I know there's plenty of people on the outside of the ring that are smarter than I am when it comes to lining up sheep. But I thought they were exceptionally good. I've got a particular kind. Start at the ground and I work up. That's not for everybody, but they've got to be sound enough. They've got to be flexible enough, and certainly they've got to prop up with enough look and come with enough handling quality. I think we've got that out here. Obviously, there's differences as you work through these sheep. It'll be interesting as we work into state fair season and fall show season, kind of where these things shake out as we start getting into state fairs and some of these national shows. I would guess, venture to say that these sheep have experienced plenty of success to this point, and they will experience plenty of success moving forward. I like both the champions a great deal. To me, they're cut from a similar mold, obviously at different stages of maturity here, but certainly both sheep that fit the type that I like, that are square, They have the right kind of flex and reach. Obviously different stages of maturity. You've got a big ewe up there that still, for her size and her age, is very clean and fresh in terms of her condition for that kind of bulk and mass. Still very, very good in terms of the length ahead of her shoulder. I think one that on the standstill, you question whether she's going to reach like she does, gets out and goes, and she reaches really, really well, particularly in her hip and hind leg, which is where her difference was within that pair of older age sheep there. At times, she gets just a little tight in the middle of her top line. I'd like to set that back down in her, make her more comfortable in terms of just the tie of her loin up there. But outside of that, nice sheep there. The one that comes out of the younger age group, I think if you've watched me judge before, is just a sheep that I gravitate towards, because the longer you analyze these sheep, the harder it is to pick a hole in one like that. I think she's very good in terms of feet and legs. She's very good in her body shape. Get the sheep in motion. She stays consistent in terms of her top line. Now, obviously, as you progress her forward, maybe she doesn't come with quite the same length of body or size of a mature sheep of the one up ahead of her. She's not just the tallest fronted in the world as she gets out in motion, but she is very sound. She's very correct. She's very good in terms of her handling quality, and maintains herself very well as you get out in motion. I won't go through and talk everything. I think the reserves in those divisions are very good. The one that comes out of the older age group is hind leg reach away from probably being a step up in this particular lineup, because her squareness, her body shape, her handling quality, and her levelness of hip are right up my alley. I just wish that one got out and flexed that back leg a little bit better. The one that's second or reserve in the littles or the juniors here, boy, that thing's got a lot of really neat pieces, and if she comes together long term, she could be a high league gamer, because that one's got the fluff, she's got the tough handle, she runs uphill, she's got that little bitty neck, she's just got to blend it all together. I thought as we got further in the drive, that's one that maybe because she over pushes a little bit, just needs to be smoother in her loin transition back into her hip as we compare those two up top there. Really good lineup here. Again, give them a round of applause. I'll get you a top five.
Your champion Hampshire ewe, exhibited by Jude Parker from the junior division. The reserve champion by Samantha Everhart with her senior champion. Third overall is your reserve senior with Cole Ritter. Fourth overall, Jackson Ritter with his reserve junior. And fifth overall is Ava Wilson. Hampshire exhibitors, if you were in the top five, you need to go to the backdrop now. If you were in the top five junior, top five senior, all those sheep need to make their way to the backdrop. That's going to conclude our Hampshire division. Dorset Advantage exhibitors. Dorset Advantage exhibitors. We are ready for you. We're going to give just a little bit of a break so they can get some pictures with Randall and get all that squared away. So this is going to be that first call for Class 20 Dorset Advantage ewes. Also, just a heads up, if you have not turned your ticket in from your cup that the juniors were all given, the tip bucket there in the food stand, make sure you get that done. We're going to be drawing a winner for that here right around noon or here just a little after. So you have not turned your ticket in on your drink cup. Make sure you do that so that you can be entered in the drawing in that bucket that has some sheep-related items in it, along with money. I mean, there was quite a bit of cash sitting in there earlier today from what I saw. So over in ring 2, fitted Hampshires are getting ready to start in ring 2. So the Bucks on the fitted Hamp side, I'm guessing, were probably over there ready to go. Here in ring 1, we are going to get ready for Dorset Advantage Use Class 20. We should have 5 entries in that class. Make sure you check in over there with Caitlin, and she will get you checked off to make sure you're here. After Class 21, so after that fall class, traditional fall class, we will pick our senior champion from there. We'll pick senior champion, and then we'll do classes 22, 23, and 24 in the Dorset Advantage Ring, and we will pick a junior champion. Here is something, if you are interested, and I haven't looked hard enough to see what we have, because it is a regional show, there is a pair of ULAM class that was not in the book. So if there is, which I don't, nope. I don't think that's an issue because I don't think we have anybody that's got more than one. So we won't have to worry about that. So after class 24, we will select our junior champion, and then we'll do our champion and reserve champion Dorset U. All right, I think we are ready. So class 20 is our first class of Dorset Advantage U's. So let's enter class 20. In the show ring, there should be 5 entries. All right, so entering the ring now, class 20. We are ready, guys. Class 21, Dorset Advantage U's. Those are the Fallborns. Let's be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 21 to the makeup ring. If you happen to be missing a cell phone, I have a cell phone here at the announcer stand. If you can tell me what the background is on your lock screen, I'll be more than happy to let you have it. Dorset Advantage exhibitors, this will be that second call for Class 21. It's the fall ULAM, so it's the October to November class. If you are in that second class of Dorset Advantage U's, make your way to the makeup ring.
A nice way to start off the Dorset Advantage show. Piebald U up front. That's really quite nice. I think from the outside, she's obviously got the color pattern that draws your attention, but she's got the right kind of foot shape and size down low. Big fuzzy legs that help, and then the body shape to go with it. Get your hands on her. She's big backed. If you're going to be critical, she gets out in motion. She's got a little bit of a treadmill hind leg, if you will, just a little tight in terms of how she uses and gets out of that rear leg. But really big backed, good looking, nice sheep to start with. The one that comes in two, fresh in terms of her presentation, probably a little bit more correct in terms of condition than the sheep ahead of her. I like that about her. You get off to the side of them, it's her depth of front end and just a little rounder out of her hip compared to that one that we lead off with. But I do think there's a lot of quality in that sheep, particularly through the center portion of her body. Really good in terms of just the ledge of her top line and her body shape. Like that sheep a good deal. The one in third, I like from a feet and legs perspective. She's trimmer than the sheep that comes out in fourth. I like her in terms of her muscularity. Need to smooth out her top line just a little bit, freshen up her hide. The one that comes next, really big bodied, plenty muscular, gets just a little chubby out here. Need to peel back some of that condition on that gal, make her just a little leaner. And then the one we round out with certainly has a leanness advantage, a height to shoulder advantage. We need to fill in her rear flank and body wall just a little bit more and then just stouten her up a little bit. Congratulations to those five. Give them a round of applause.
Placings on this class of yearling Dorset Advantage U's. First place and congratulations goes to Owen Atwater. Second place to Levi Willman. Third to Emily Bradshaw. Fourth to Kipton Poe. And fifth to Janice Leafew. Entering the ring now, we are ready for that class of Fallborn Dorset Advantage U's. There should be 5 entries in this class. Let's leave those first and second place yearling U's ringside, because after this class we will be selecting our champion and reserve, our senior and reserve senior champion U's after this class. Hampshire exhibitors, class 39 fitted Hampshire Rams is in the ring currently. Let's be making your way with your fitted U's for the Hampshire show. Make your way for the fitted U's for the Hampshire show. right, Hampshire exhibitors. That I just was told the feed's a little behind you. They have been selecting the champion ram. So those fitted ewes, if we can be making our way with those fitted ewes and just start heading that way with all five or all of those classes, and that way we don't miss anybody, that'll be great. Dorset Advantage exhibitors, this is your first call for that class. First class of ewe lambs, first class of spring ewe lambs to the makeup ring. There's 3 entries in that class.
Again, good class here. Don't start with the biggest one in the world, but I do think in this particular class, she just does the most things right. Good, again, chest clearance, body shape's very good, handling quality's very good. Set the 3 up here in motion, and I think she's the most comfortable one from that aspect. In the perfect world, I'd make her taller fronted, I'd make her longer ahead of her shoulder, but I do think that that's one that's got the right kind of parts and pieces to lead off. I really like the soundness of structure of the one that comes out in second. Very flexible off both ends. Like her in her top line and her hind leg design. Set that sheep in motion and she gets just a little heavier fronted. She's a little longer in terms of her scapula blade up front. Bigger than anything though within these top 3. She's just the most bland in terms of her topside shape. Just need to stouten her up right in behind her. The Stoutie's the one that comes in 3. Big rack, big loin, big from behind. Really big in terms of her body shape. I like that one a good deal on the standstill. It's in motion. That she's a little bigger shouldered. She needs to take her neck and stick it on the top side of her shoulder a little bit more correctly and then just get out of both ends with more flexibility. The one that comes next, good in terms of body shape, good in terms of length of shoulder and shallowness up front. Gets just a little plain as you step in behind her. She's just a little more general in terms of her pin set, a little bit more bland in terms of her thigh shape. Just needs to be bigger there from behind and use that back leg with more authority. I like the stoutness and the power of the one that comes next. Big-footed, heavy structured, bold in terms of her center body. She's got the right kind of muscularity up top and from behind, just a little coarser as we get off to the side of her here. Need to take her neck and set it up high. Just add more youthfulness as you work through her front third. And then as we get these 5 sheep in motion, she just needs to maintain her top line better. She just gets a little lazy and easy there in terms of her loin. Congratulations to those 5. Give them a round of applause. We'll move into the champion senior lineup.
Placings on class 21. First place, and congratulations, goes to Lena May. Second place to Levi Willman. Third to Owen Atwater. Fourth to Owen Atwater. And fifth to Colton Myers. We are ready to select our senior and reserve senior champion. So our first place yearling ewe was exhibited by Owen Atwater. Second place was by Levi Willman. First place fallborn, Lena May. Second place fallborn, Levi Willman. Dorset Advantage exhibitors, let's make sure we've got that first class of spring ewe lambs ringside and ready. Fitted Hampshire exhibitors, those fitted ewes should be ringside over in ring 2, please.
Well, I think a very high quality lineup, and again, the numbers aren't necessarily high, but I think the quality's certainly there. When you get into lighter numbers, maybe your type and kind varies just a little bit as you work through classes, and I think that's evident as you get back out here. The older age you or the yearling is one that maybe comes with a little bit more size, but with her size, she's also a big, stout, burly one. I'm okay with making them bigger as long as they come and accommodate it with some more stoutness and power. I think she does that. Again, we talked in class a little bit of time on the treadmill. I think on that one, she got just a little bit of a treadmill usage to her hind leg there, but I do think the shape and the posture of her hind leg on the standstill is appropriate. I like the one out of the fall class. Again, not the biggest sheep in the world, maybe a little bit more weather type, if you will. I like her a good deal in terms of her top side handle, very loose as we get out in motion. Again, we talked there, I'd like to make her taller shouldered and just more extended from there forward as you start to break that one down as an individual. Couple nice second place ewes, very similar, good-legged, sound-structured ones. Again, good handling behind their shoulder, probably get back into them from behind, just need a little bit more there. I like the yearling out here to be your champion. I like the fall here to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your senior champion out of the yearling class, Owen Atwater, and your reserve senior out of the fall ewe lamb class, Lena May. In the ring now, we will have our first of three classes of ewe lambs. There are 3 entries in the first ewe lamb class. Dorset Advantage exhibitors, let's be bringing that second class of springborns, second class of springborn ewe lambs for the Dorset Advantage show. When you checked in here at Youth Sheep Expo, you were all given a cup. In the bottom of said cup, there was a free drink coupon in there. That free drink coupon enters you to win the tip bucket at the food stand in the building where we checked in. We will be drawing for that winner at 2 o'clock. So if you have not yet redeemed your drink coupon, please do so. That enters you in to get your the bucket of show supplies. It also gets all the money that's in said bucket. So go ahead and go get that accomplished. We will pick that at 2 o'clock.
Good class here. Stopped the girls from getting back over there. Didn't want to make anybody work harder than they have to out here. But again, Piebald U is going to lead off. Different than the yearling, though. I think her build and balance and just skeletal correctness is what allows her to prevail in this particular class. I don't know that she's just a bulgy, muscled one by any means or just a broad one by any means, but I do like her height, the shoulder, her levelness, and just her build from the side. 2 and 3, I think, gets sorted on the move. Second place ewe, I think, is nice in her body shape and muscularity, but she's more on her toes and she's shorter pastern than the one that's in third. I actually like the one in third on the standstill. In motion, though, partly because she's fighting the halter, I think, but partly because she's just a little long on her heel and toe in her back. She's just got a little extra set to her pastern, her hind leg and lower joints there. Nice in terms of body shape, nice in terms of handling quality, good up front. Just that hind foot needs to be just a little bit square. Hind pastern needs to be a little bit shorter. Congratulations, nice set there.
Placings on that class of Dorset Advantage Spring ewe lambs, first place, and congratulations goes to Owen Atwater. Second place goes to Colton Yoder, and third to Emily Bradshaw. We are ready for the February class of Dorset Advantage ewes in the ring. There should be four entries in that class. Let's go ahead and be bringing that March Dorset Advantage class, that class 24, 23, 24 ewe lamb to the makeup ring. There's only one entry in that class.
Good top pair in this class, and I think they come to you obviously different stages of maturity, different stages of showing readiness, and then ultimately as you progress them forward, obviously different sizes as we get to the long game with these two. I do think the one up front, handles herself a little bit more comfortably in motion, probably because she's got just more comfortability in the ring as well. But I do like just the length and the set to her scapula. Her shoulder angle, I think, is more appropriate. Very good in her top line, big backed, very good in her bottom line, right kind of body shape, I think. Nice sheep there. Not the biggest in the world, maybe a little bit more weathery, but certainly one that you like a good deal in terms of balance, stoutness, and eye appeal. I like the one that comes in second. Young lady's done a really good job sticking with it. From her shoulder back, I like a lot about that sheep. I think she's good in terms of her body. Her flank line's good even at this stage of the game. Her top line's good, and her hip and hind leg, I think, is very appropriate. Up front, I think she's maybe just a little bit more upright in her shoulder. As she gets out and goes, wants to drop her front end in her just a little bit more as we compare her to that one that leads off. I think more ring time and more comfortability out here probably makes that one that much harder to get around and just that much more eye appealing long term. But good pair there. Move into different speeds kind of here and get into, again, a natural colored or a piebald here. And I think one that you like a good deal in terms of skeleton. Set these sheep loose. Soundness of structure is exceptionally good on this particular sheep. Good in her front angle, good in terms of her hind leg. Just needs to be more sheep there as we work down her back on either end or either edge of her spine. Just needs to be more muscularity. Hard handling one that rounds out our top four. Really good in terms of body shape. More fragile as you work to the ground, a little smaller footed. And then we just need to make her a little squarer off both ends of her body. Congratulations there. Nice forehead. Give them a round of applause as they exit.
Placings on that class of February Dorset Advantage U's. First place, and congratulations, Alexis Cook. Second place, also congratulations to Harper Nichols. Third place to Micah Heeg, and fourth to Haley Holbrook. In the ring now, we have a single entry March Dorset Advantage U-Lame class. After this class, we will bring first and seconds back from the two previous U-Lame classes to select a junior champion Dorset Advantage U. Monadale Exhibitor. If you want to start making your way with your Monadale sheep toward the ring one, Monadale Exhibitor with your Monadale sheep to ring one.
Just a single entry here, but I think one that could have dove off in the deep end and stood a little bit more competition. I think that's a very nice sheep, whether she's by herself or in a group. Certainly one that's square and has the right kind of build. I think her size is appropriate for now and for the long haul, and yet with that still has some muscularity. Obviously, it'll be interesting to see how she pairs up or compares to some of those that we've seen. I'd like her to just be a little bit more comfortable in how she's handling the ring out here so that she collects her top line a little bit more consistency or a little bit more consistently. But nice sheep there. Give that young man a round of applause.
Placings in that class, first place and congratulations goes to Thomas Vandeventer. We are ready to select our junior champion, Dorset Advantage U. First place from class 22 is Owen Atwater. Second place, Colton Yoder. First place from the February class, Alexis Cook. Second place, Harper Nichols. And first place from this March class is Thomas Vandeventer. Let's be making sure that our senior champion and reserve senior champion are ringside and ready. Also, like I just called Monadale exhibitors, we are about ready for you. Monadale exhibitor, singular.
again, short on numbers, quality's there, and it comes in different types. Obviously, out here, a little framier one out of the first class, a little more weathery one out of the second class, and then kind of a tweener out of the third class. I think they all come with some advantages. I like the soundness, the structure, and the build of the one that comes out of the first class. Muscle texture is just okay, particularly from behind. I like the build and the center body and the handling quality of the one that comes out of the second class. Get her in motion. I'd like her to be naturally just a little taller fronted and a little bit more extended. And then the one that comes out of the third class, I think, has that height, the shoulder, and extension from there forward. I'd like her to be a little more comfortable out here. You get her in motion and she wants to get just a little tight in terms of her loin. I'm sure that's probably an attitude thing as much as it is a skeleton thing. But at the end of the day, how we see them out here in the ring just needs to handle her top line just a little bit better. That's how I see them. Like the second places, second out of that first class. Again, we talked her body shape being really good, a little plainer in her look as you compare her to that one that wins. And then really a tall fronted one that's good in her top line, good in her hind leg, that's second in the second class here, needs to handle her front end maybe just a little bit more correctly. That's how I see them. I'll go out and get you a champion reserve out here in the junior ULAMs, but again, put your hands together, nice set.
Your junior champion out of that middle class, Alexis Cook. And your reserve out of the March class was Thomas Vandeventer. So we're going to bring the senior champion from Owen Atwater and the reserve senior champion from Lena May back in, and we will be selecting our champion, Dorset Advantage U. So let's go ahead and bring those senior champions in, please. Also, with this being the Great Lakes Regional Dorset Show, there are a couple added awards in the Dorset and Dorset Advantage classes. In the Dorset Advantage class, we do have a pair of ULAMs, and I know I mentioned earlier there wasn't any, and there is. There's only one exhibitor that has them. We're not going to ask him to bring them back out. Owen Atwater is going to have your first place pair of Dorset Advantage U's also.
I think a very nice set, quality set of sheep as you work out here. To me, the question's really for reserve. I think there's one to use. I think there's some places that you can be critical on one, but big picture is she's just the best one, and that's the yearling. She's a little chubby. She can move a little better out of her hind leg, but boy, that's one that props up really good, and particularly for a big sheep, still has some handling quality. From there, I think it gets close between the reserve out of the seniors and obviously the champion from the juniors. On the standstill, I probably prefer the junior champion in terms of just her build and balance on the standstill, get them in motion. I like the flexibility of the one that was reserve out of that senior division. On the standstill end in motion, I think one of them's a little taller fronted. I think one of them's a little better in their neck shape, and I think as you project them forward, probably has just a little bit better front third assembly in them. That's the junior champion. She's going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Your champion Dorset Advantage U is the yearling senior champion from Owen Atwater. The reserve Dorset Advantage U is exhibited by Alexis Cook out of that February class. That does conclude the Dorset Advantage portion of our show. Let's all give all of those kids a round of applause. Remember, if you have a breed champion, if you have a reserve breed champion, junior champion, senior champion, any of the above, make sure you head to the backdrop. I believe our Monadale exhibitor is ringside with his sheep, so we're going to start with that class of Monadale, a Monadale Ram class, class 25.
Single entry Monadale Rams here. Really a good built buck, and I think one that you like in terms of, again, his top line presence from the side. Still matches that with some muscularity. He's got some foot and some bone work down low. Nice individual. Good project, obviously, moving forward for this guy. Give him a round of applause. Be your champion Monadale Ram.
Your first place Fall Ram Lamb, champion Monadale Ram, and senior champion, all exhibited by J.W. Sims Reisner. Next in the ring, we are ready for that class of yearling ewes. There are 2 entries in that class. Border Leicester exhibitors. Border Leicester exhibitors, it appears to me like we are either selecting or have selected our champion Hampshire ewe. So we are ready for those Border Leicester ewes to the makeup ring. There are only 2 of those ewes here. Border Leicester ewes to the makeup ring in ring 2. There are no Border Rams.
Two entries in the yearling Monadale ewes. Go ahead and land on the fitted ewe up front. I think from the outside, she paints a little bit better picture, but more so than anything, get the 2 sheep in motion, and I think she's just more appropriate in terms of her hock set, hind leg design, and then lower joints off of her rear too. That's a nice sheep, one that props up very well, comes with some stoutness and power and still some look. certainly a good one to start off with there. Big-bodied ewe that comes in next certainly has enough muscularity and power and handling quality. Gets just a little bit more piecey from this angle right here. Lower shoulder, top line, and then her hip and hind leg could be adjusted just a little bit. Nice pair there. Congratulations to that crew.
Placings on the class of yearling ewes. First place and congratulations goes to J.W. Sims Reisner. Second place also to J.W. In the ring now we have our fall ewe lamb class. This is a single entry class for our fall ewe lamb. After fall ewe lamb we will select a junior and senior champion ewe, as Dusty's taking that slick shirt away.
Single entry fall ewe lamb, really good looking. She has got a long neck up front. Extremely good in terms of pattern and build from the side. Matches that obviously with some power back there. Nice sheep. Congratulations to that exhibitor.
First place fall ewe lamb exhibited by J.W. Sims Reisner. Let's go ahead and bring those two yearlings back in and we will select for our senior champion ewe. Baby doll Southdown exhibitors, baby doll Southdown exhibitors. We are about wrapped up with the Monadale show, so we need to be heading this way with the baby dolls. And I understand that the majority of you are on the far west side of the fairgrounds. I get it. So, and those are short legs. So, start making your way with those baby dolls.
Short on numbers here, senior champion Monadale U, but I think the quality is exceptionally good. One of them's better in terms of her center body, her foot, and her bone work and stoutness, a feature at this stage of the game. One of them comes with just a few more intriguing pieces, if you will, and certainly just long-term needs to put some things together in terms of smoothness and come with a little bit more power. The slick, big-bodied maybe doesn't match the same from just a quality and build and look standpoint. I like the yearling to be champion. We'll follow up with the fall. Congratulations.
Exhibitor for both your senior and reserve senior champion Monadale ewes, J.W. Sims Reisner. Our next class will be spring ewe lambs in the Monadale division. There are 2 entries in this class. This will also be determine your junior and reserve junior champion in the Monadales also.
This will be your junior champion in the Monadale division. I like both of these sheep for different reasons. To me and my kind, the one up front's more basic, and I mean that in the most positive sense. I think she's just safer from a skeleton perspective. I like her squareness of feet and legs, her body shape. Everything blends together really well. I think she comes with just a little bit more stoutness, and then ultimately, as you work to her foot and her pastern, there's more security there. The one that comes in second, bigger, longer, and more extended, and she'll be bigger upon maturity. I do think she's a little frailer and smaller in her foot, and then her ankle is just a little longer and has more set to it. Congratulations to that exhibitor. Very nice pair.
Placings in this class of Monadale Spring Ewe Lambs. First place, junior champion. Congratulations to J.W. Sims Reisner. Second place and reserve junior champion is also exhibited by J.W. We're going to bring back J.W.'s senior and reserve senior champion ewes to select our champion and reserve champion Monadale ewe. Baby doll Southdown exhibitors, baby doll Southdown exhibitors. We need to be bringing up your baby dolls.
Well, I think again, high quality show. Even if there was only one exhibitor out here, I think he brought the heat. Very good all the way through. Congratulations on a really nice exhibition. There's one out here that needs to win. I think it gets closer for reserve on which one you use. But again, I think there's one that probably is just a little safer, comes with just a little bit more foot and bone and power, projector long term to be a really nice one. I like the one from the seniors to be our champion. We'll follow up with our junior champion. Congratulations.
Your champion and reserve champion Monadale ewes, both exhibited by J.W. Sims Reisner, with the yearling was champion and the junior champion was reserve. That does conclude our Monadale show. We are ready, I believe. I think I've seen all of our exhibitors. We're going to give the Monadales just a minute to kind of rotate through, and because I know there's a lot of people there that are helping show baby dolls too. So I believe, oh, I see Caleb now. I did not see him earlier. I believe we are ready to start the baby doll show. So let's start with that yearling ram class with 2 entries.
Nice pair of bucks to start off with here. Different, obviously, in how they're brought to us. Soundness of structures in the favor of the one up front, but outside of that, I do think that's a very good built one. Certainly has the right kind of color factor as you get into his fleece as well to catch your eye. But his top line's good, his skeleton's good. He's big-bodied and stout. Still comes with some look up front. The one that comes in second is a stout beast. That guy is wide-chested, and he's got club lamb shape in terms of his top side, very wide down his top. He's got a big pin set. He's wide from behind. Probably working off a little bit of an injury. He's just a little soft and tentative on his right rear. Needs to be more authoritative as he gets out and goes. Congratulations to those two. Nice pair.
Placings on your yearling rams. First place, and congratulations, Caleb Craig. Second place, Vivian Stephenson. Next in the ring, we have a single entry fall ram lamb.
Single entry fall ram lamb here. I think, again, you just start in terms of feet and legs. He's good from that aspect, particularly his hind leg. I think he's one with, obviously, some levelness at top line. His center body is exceptionally good. Still sends his neck out right. Obviously, a good project moving forward for this young man. Give him a round of applause as we send him out.
Placings on your fall ram lamb class. First place, and congratulations goes to Caleb Craig. We are ready to select our senior champion baby doll ram. First place out of class 29 was Caleb Craig. Second place, Vivian Stephenson. Just selected first place fall was also exhibited by Caleb Craig.
as we come to select senior champion out here. I think a nice set, low on numbers but high on quality. I think an easy place to start in my mind. Very high quality baby doll Southdown Ram, and then as we get to select reserve, I think as we study them today, there's just one that's more comfortable in terms of getting around the ring. We're going to use the yearling for champion. We'll follow up with the fall. Congratulations.
Your senior champion out of the yearling ram class, Caleb Craig, and your reserve senior champion out of the fall ram class, exhibited by Caleb Craig. Next class in the ring, we have our spring baby doll Southdown Rams. There are 2 entries in this class. This class will also determine your junior champion and reserve junior champion.
Well, maybe the toughest decision of the day comes in the spring buck lambs of the baby dolls. But I think both of these sheep are exceptionally good. Get them in motion, and that's where the black buck up run, I think, is probably just more secure in terms of his hind leg set, particularly in terms of his lower joints. I like his center body, and he does come with just a little bit more length and probably just a little bit more length ahead of his shoulder. A lot of neat pieces in the one that comes in second. That guy is absolutely wild for this breed in terms of his bone size, shallowness of shoulder, and then how he sends his neck out of his shoulder. Like that a great deal about that sheep. I think he handles hard. He's one that has just a little extra swoop and set to his hock, and his hind leg gets just a little weaker on his rear pastern. I like both of those sheep a good deal. Not trying to be overly critical on either one of them because I think they're both exceptionally high quality. Congratulations.
Your champion, junior champion, and first place out of class 31 is exhibited by Harper Nichols with Blackie. And your second place and reserve junior champion is exhibited by Vivian Stephenson. We are now ready to select your overall champion, Southdown Baby Doll Southdown Ram. Your senior champion and reserve senior champion were exhibited by Caleb Craig, and your junior champion was exhibited by Harper Nichols, and your reserve junior by Vivian Stephenson. Also, for Ring 2, Border Lister exhibitors, Border Listers, if you are not in there yet, you should be making your way that way. They are almost ready for you. And also, there's only 2 Border Lister ewes, so Rambouillet exhibitors, probably better start thinking about handed that way with your Rambouillet Rams.
a nice division here on the Ram side and the baby dolls, and obviously. If you guys have been to a show lately, this particular breed continues to increase in popularity, particularly for the younger ages, a little bit easier to handle. And so, you see a lot of these. I think these four are exceptionally good. I don't care where you go, if it's here or to the classic or whichever show you're showing baby dolls at. I think these ones are exceptionally competitive. I like both of these division winners. I like all four of them, but I think it comes down to the two division winners in terms of just skeleton and soundness. One of them comes with just a little bit more stoutness and power and just ruggedness. I think one of them has a really bright future, but maybe just isn't quite as powerful and pack a big a punch as the other one as we study them today. We'll go ahead and use the senior champion for champion. Junior champion's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your champion baby doll Southdown Ram exhibited by Caleb Craig with his senior champion, the first place yearling ram, and your reserve champion baby doll Southdown Ram exhibited by Harper Nichols with her spring ram lamb Blackie. That concludes the ram portion of our baby doll show. They are now ready to move into our ewe show. Our first class will be baby doll yearling ewes.
Nice way to start the baby doll show, particularly the yearling ewe up front. I think she comes in a little longer fleece, which is probably to her advantage in terms of just the squareness that she presents with. But I think that one's very good in terms of her front third. Gets out and moves very well. She's got the right kind of build and body shape as you get off to the side of her. Very stout as you get your hands on her. The black ewe that comes in second, big-bodied, real broody in terms of just her look. She's a little shorter stapled as she's presented out here. Maybe that works to her disadvantage just a little bit. I like her feet and legs, and I like the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. With that, she's also a little heavier conditioned. She's also a little plainer at the base of her shoulder than that one that we start with. Congratulations to those two exhibitors on a nice pair.
First place in your yearlings baby doll Southdown class exhibited by Vivian Stephenson. Second place exhibited by Caleb Craig. We are ready for class 33 fall baby doll Southdowns. There are 2 entries in this class.
really fun pair here, and particularly this one that we start off with. I think, again, feet and legs and squareness are all exceptionally good. Love that one swoop to her rib cage and her bottom line, and yet with that look from the side, still stout, 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 and powerful. Very soft as you get your hands on her as well, and then props up well in terms of her front third. The one that's in second there is wildly good for this breed. It just kind of runs into a buzzsaw up front. That thing's length ahead of her shoulder is unprecedented. She's got a little bitty thin neck and it's very long. She's tall shouldered. I like all of those things about her. I don't know that she proportions or patterns quite as well as the one that leads off, maybe just a little rounder in terms of her shoulder and the top side of her hip than the one that we lead off with. But I think both of those could stand a lot of competition and travel a lot of miles and have success in this particular breed. Congratulations.
Fall ULAM class, first place, congratulations, goes to Harper Nichols, and second place to Caleb Craig. We are ready to select our senior champion baby doll ewe. So we need first place yearling ewe from Vivian Stephenson, second place yearling ewe from Caleb Craig, and first place fall ewe lamb from Harper Nichols, and second place fall ewe lamb from Caleb Craig.
Well, exceptionally good lineup over here. I think you can travel a lot of miles and to go to a lot of shows in this particular division and not find this type of quality. You all over the nation would not be able to put together this kind of quality going from show to show. I think exceptionally good. With that said, I think once you get them in motion, there's one that you gravitate towards that I think in terms of just movement and style and build is probably more my style. There's a stout, powerful one that comes with look that I think slides into reserve because as we get them in motion, I think she's more appropriate in terms of the angle of her shoulder and gets out and goes just a little bit better. I like the fall over here to be champion. I like the yearling to be reserve. Congratulations.
Your senior champion exhibited by Harper Nichols with her fall ewe lamb. And your reserve senior champion exhibited by Vivian Stephenson with her yearling. In the ring now, we are ready for that first class of two. We've got two classes of spring ewe lambs, so we need to bring that first class of spring ewe lambs in the ring, please. There are two entries in this class. North Country Cheviot exhibitors, we are kind of working our way on the downhill slide of the baby dolls, so be making your way with those rams. There's only one class of ewes, so there's two classes of rams and one class of ewes. Be making your way with those North Countries.
good pair here. Like the one up front. To me, from the outside, I like that one from a just symmetry standpoint, particularly from her shoulder back. Does not have the length of front end as the one that comes out in second. I think long term, you got to keep that one skinny enough to really proportion well as she gets bigger. But square feet and legs, square hip shape, and ultimately really round body shape and stout and powerful. Jet black, which draws your attention to her as well. Like the one in second, a great deal. That one's levelness, a top line, the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder and her extension up front is all very good. She's better in the way that she sets her shoulder into her body wall than the one that precedes her. Unfortunately, as you get from there down, she gets more closed up and narrower in her chest floor and narrower from behind, just a little plainer in terms of her body shape compared to that one up front. Those are two very high quality ones. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Placings in your first class of Spring Ewe Lambs, first place, and congratulations goes to Harper Nichols. Second place goes to Caleb Craig. In the ring now, we have a single entry March Ewe Lamb class. At the conclusion of this class, we will select a junior champion ewe. Ram-Belay exhibitors, we are ready for you. If you can make your way with those rams, and probably might as well make your way with those ewes. It looks like we've got maybe 3 or 4 total exhibitors in the entire Ram-Belay show. So if you want to start heading that way with those, that would be great.
Single entry March Ewe Lamb out here. Good body shape and trendy in terms of just her look. Maybe gets just a little bit more compact in terms of her front end design. You work up there, a little shorter front end, but certainly one that you like in terms of body shape, levelness of hip, and then hind leg flexibility is very good. Congratulations to that exhibitor.
First place March Ewe Lamb exhibited by Owen Atwater. We are ready to bring in that class of January Ewe Lambs, so we need that first place class winner of Harper Nichols and the second one of Caleb Craig to pick our junior champion Baby Doll Southdown.
It's been a fun junior division. I think a lot of quality as you step back out here to select champion junior. 3 very high quality individuals. I think there's 2 of them that just in terms of build and balance and start projecting these into the future, probably do things just a little bit more correctly. Those are the 2 out of our first class. They're going to be grand and reserve. Congratulations.
Your junior champion Southdown, Baby Doll Southdown, is exhibited by Harper Nichols, and your reserve champion is exhibited by Caleb Craig. So we're going to leave those 2 out there. We're going to bring in your senior champion. So your senior champion was exhibited by Harper, and your reserve by Vivian Stephenson, and then your junior champion just selected, exhibited by Harper Nichols, and your reserve junior by Caleb Craig.
know, keep things moving quickly if we can, and I think we can out in this particular division. I think 4 individuals that are exceptionally good. There's one in my mind that's at a different level, and then one that just needs to be reserve, I think, out here. And so, with that said, we're going to go ahead and keep both of your senior champions together. The one that wins the senior division, Champion U, I think that thing is really, really good. I'm not a baby doll aficionado by any means, but that thing is exceptionally good. The one that's reserve over there is really high quality as well. Congratulations to both those individuals.
Your champion baby doll Southdown U is exhibited by Harper Nichols from the senior division with Bombay Barbie. And your reserve is exhibited by Vivian Stephenson, your reserve senior champion. Let's give our baby doll Southdown exhibitors a round of applause, please, as they are exiting the ring. Our next breed in the ring we are going to have will be North Country Cheviots. Entering the ring now, we have a this ram here will also, this class here will also determine our senior champion winner.
Yeah, single entry here. Nice individual to start off this particular breed. I think one that has the right kind of size in terms of his skeleton and scale. Good bodied, hard handling, and muscular. Still props up well from the outside. Congratulations to this individual.
Your first place yearling ram and your senior champion was exhibited by Brock Kessler. Entering the ring now, we have a single entry spring ram lamb class.
Single entry in the spring division. Good bodied sheep, and certainly one that I think from a skeleton perspective and a structural soundness perspective, you project that one continuing to just get better with age. He's got the right kind of fundamentals to do so. Big bodied, square, and good legged. Congratulations to that exhibitor.
Junior champion and first place springborn ram lamb is exhibited by Caden Murphy. In your North Country division, we're going to go ahead and bring that senior champion back out, and we're going to pick a champion and reserve champion North Country Cheviot Ram.
Two entries here in the North Countries, and I think both of them are good. Obviously, different stages from just a maturity perspective. I like the elder age bucks, just body shape and look from the outside, like the feet and legs and the squareness of the little one. And to me, I think he continues to get better. He's a little plainer from this side here, doesn't prop up with quite the same look. We're going to go ahead and use the older age one for grand. Go ahead and use the younger age one for reserve. Congratulations.
Your North Country Champion Ram is exhibited by Brock Kessler, and your Reserve Champion North Country Ram is exhibited by Caden Murphy. We are going to enter our yearling North Country U class. This is our only female class, period, so this will determine our senior champion and our champion and reserve champion North Country U. South Down exhibitors, we're on North Countries. We are going to finish that here pretty soon. We are going to take just a short little breather, give Randall a time to get a drink, go use the facilities. Then we will start on the South Downs. I'm more scared of Mike Crowder than I am of you.
Again, I think this is probably our only class on the female side, so this will be champion and reserve. I think both of them bring a lot of value to the table. Again, up front, you've got a big-bodied, stout one that, to me, comes with more look, and she does so because of the length of her front end, because of the levelness of her top line and her added bone work. I like just the basics of the one in second. Again, square, good feet and legs, good body shape, little plainer as you get off to the side of her, a little more shoulder, a little more off out of her hip. Congratulations to those two exhibitors.
Your champion, North Country Cheviot U, first place yearling U and senior champion, exhibited by Brock Kessler. Your reserve champion, North Country Cheviot U, reserve senior champion, second place yearling, exhibited by Caden Murphy. We are going to take about a 5 to 7 minute break before we get into the South Downs. I will call for the South Downs here in just a little bit, but we're going to take just a breather before we get into those. Southdown exhibitors. Southdown exhibitors. This is your first call for that Class 39 Southdown Ram class. First call for that late fall Southdown Ram class. Southdown exhibitors, this will be your second call for that first class of fall-born Ram Lambs. So those 2 Decembers, we need those, one from Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter and one from Scout Ingram. All right, we are ready for the Southdown show. Let's go ahead and bring that class of December late fall Ram Lambs in the ring. This class will also determine your senior champion Ram. So this class will also determine your senior champion Ram. Let's be making our way with that first class of spring Ram Lambs. First class of spring. So those January Ram Lambs to the makeup ring. cornhole entries. Just a reminder, if you are wanting to play cornhole, where we checked in the last couple days here in the exhibit hall, where we ate dinner last night, that is where you'll sign up for cornhole. Junior exhibitors, so if you are eligible to show in the show, you are a junior exhibitor, you may sign up with a partner. Adults, you're more than welcome to put a partner down, but I have been told, is a random draw. So cornhole will be a random draw for the adults. Let's go ahead and make a second call for that class of January Southdown Ram Lambs.
Good way to start here in the Southdown division. I think both of these two do a good job in different areas. The one that you start with, or that I start with, I like on the move. I like him in terms of his bottom line quality and the way he props up front. He's not just the biggest backed one in the world or the freshest over his spine. I think that's the advantage for the one that's in second. I like his height to shoulder. I like his handling quality. To me, he needs a little bit more rear rib and flank, and as you set the sheep in motion, he's just not got as much flex or reach as you get into his rear two as the one that we lead off with. I think a nice pair there. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Your senior champion in first place late fall, exhibited by Scout Ingram. Your reserve senior champion and your second place late fall, exhibited by Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter. In the ring now, we are ready for Class 40. That is your January or your spring Ram Lambs, your early spring Ram Lambs. Southdown exhibitors, let's make sure we have that March Ram Lamb ringside and ready. March Ram Lamb needs to be ringside and ready.
Nice class here, and again, I think so much of my decision making throughout the day, and it won't waver as we work into the downers, is done in motion. I like the sheep up front from that standpoint. To me, I like the way he gets out of his front end better than 2 and 3. He's got a big front foot. He's square in terms of his chest, bold-bodied. Again, not the most muscular beast in this class. In fact, the one in second is very, very hard handling. But I love his head. Like the way his neck sits out of the top side of his shoulder. To me, he's got the right kind of progression to his bottom line. Still comes with some stoutness and some power and some buck look as you can step in behind him as well. Really good handling sheep that's in second. I like his height to shoulder, really big in terms of his rack shape, flat over his loin. Again, a sheep that's very good in his upper rib shape. As you get the sheep in motion, he's a little bit more upright in his shoulder, just doesn't handle that shoulder and front end assembly quite as athletically as the sheep that we lead off with. Love the presence and the look and the build of the sheep that comes out in second. He's probably as long-necked as anything in class. He's as good in terms of his height to shoulder as anything in class. As you step in front of that sheep, take a front three-quarter view, he's just plainer and blander in terms of the turn to his forerib shape and his upper rib cage. Not quite as good in terms of his loin edge as you study him compared to these sheep that sit first and second in this class. Good-bodied sheep that comes next, a little bit plainer as you work up into the base of his shoulder and his breastplate up front. Just needs to be just a little stouter as you get in behind him as well. Congratulations to that set.
Placings on this January Ram Lamb class. First place and congratulations to Scout Ingram. Second place to Gensley Ball. Third place to Peyton Howe. And fourth place to Vivian Stephenson. In the ring now, we have a single entry March Ram Lamb class. At the conclusion of this, we will bring the first and second place back from the previous and select our junior champion. Then we need to make sure we have those senior champion and reserve senior champion ringside and ready, please.
Single entry here in the March division. Really a good built sheep in terms of just soundness and squareness of feet and legs. I like him from that standpoint. He's not just the most wowy as you step off to the side of him. That's maybe where you'd change that sheep, but certainly one that's got some stoutness of feature, bone work, and then he's one of the largest testicled bucks that we've had through this junior division. Masculine buck up in his head as well. Like that about him. Congratulations to that young lady.
Placings in that March Ram Lamb class. First place and congratulations goes to Allie Winters. We're going to bring Allie's sheep back out, and let's also bring out that January from Scout Ingram and Gensley Ball. We're going to select our junior champion and reserve junior champion Southdown Ram. Then let's make sure we have those senior champions ringside and ready. We are not ready to bring those seniors in yet. We need to select junior first. Ainsley, better early than late. Let's go ahead and start making a first call on that class of yearling, the first class of yearling ewes, that class 42 in my book. First class of yearling Southdown ewes. Meeting you make your way to the makeup ring.
Well, it's been a fun start to the Southdown show, and I'm sure the female side's going to bring even more heat than we've experienced so far today, and it's been plenty hot. So, pun intended for my wife that's listening. But with that said, nice set of sheep out here. There's two of them that I think just bring more quality to the table. That's out of our older age class here. They'll be champion reserve. Congratulations.
Your junior champion out of that January class is exhibited by Scout Ingram. And your reserve junior champion exhibited by Gensley Ball. Let's go ahead and bring that senior champion and reserve senior in. Senior champion was exhibited by Scout Ingram. Reserve senior was exhibited by Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter. Junior champion just selected, also exhibited by Scout Ingram. And Reserve Junior exhibited by Gensley Ball. Southdown U exhibitors, let's be making our way with those fall yearling ewes. Fall yearling ewes. Let's be making your way to the makeup ring with those fall yearling ewes. That first class of yearling ewes.
Nice buck lineup. Again, excited to get into the females if the bucks are any indication of the quality that we're about to see. I think a nice set all the way through. I thought as we stepped into the younger division, particularly that class, things heated up significantly in terms of just quality. I think it remains true as you step back out here. The two out of the younger class will be, or the younger division, our juniors will be champion and reserve.
Your champion Southdown Ram, exhibited by Scout Ingram with her January Ram Lamb, and your reserve Ram exhibited by Gensley Ball with your reserve junior champion. Let's give our Southdown Ram exhibitors a round of applause as they're exiting the ring, please. And I believe we are ready. No, who are we? Mitchell Brown and Hatley Smolik. We need your Southdown yearling ewes. Mitchell Brown and Hatley Smolik. Your class is ready to go in the ring. Let's go ahead and make a first call for class 43 Southdown yearling ewes. First call, class 43. Mitchell Brown, we are waiting for your Southdown yearling ewe. Let's go right ahead, and we are going to go. I just got a text. Mitchell's on his way, so let's go ahead and start, and he will be here in just a minute. So this is our first class of yearling ewes. These are fallborns, and there should be, once Mitchell gets here, there will be 6 entries in this class. for the bucket, the tip bucket over at the food stand, you should have kept a copy of your red ticket. The winning ticket number is 724-182. 724-182. You will have 15 minutes to claim that. We're gonna keep drawing until we get a winner. So, and it's possible that that person could have left at this point also. So, the number again is 724-182. Let's go ahead and make a second call on that class 43, or that second class of Southdown Yearling Ewes. Second call on that second class of Southdown Yearling Ewes. Let's go ahead and make a third and final call for that second class of yearling Southdown Ewes.
I think a nice class here. It's hard, particularly in this breed, as you get into some of these older ages of ewes in particular, and just how they maintain themselves and their, particularly how they deposit fat later in their careers in the show ring. I think as you study the sheep that we have out here, first and foremost, top couple here I think are just a little leaner and meaner and more in tune from a condition perspective than maybe 3, 4, 5, 6. But on top of that, as you study them in terms of their shape behind their shoulder, their width over their loin, and their hardness of handle, I think they've got advantages from that standpoint. And really, the difference between the pair here is just in terms of skeletal width, chest width, and body shape. To me, that's the advantage of the young lady up front. I like the upper rib cage on that sheep. I think she opens up really well down her top line. She's square in terms of her hind leg. One that as we get out and get in motion, that's where I like the one in second. I think she does take a longer stride, the one in second off of her rear too. I'd like to see that out of our class winner, get out and go just a little bit more consistently. The one that's in second, first of all, she's sheared the tightest, and so she does have a hide quality advantage over some of these. I like the presentation of that sheep. I think the young lady does a good job getting her shown. true body shape in that sheep. She gets just a little flat on the top side of her rib cage. She kind of maintains that same disadvantage as you work back into her loin and out of the top side of her hip. Just needs to be bulkier and stouter from a muscularity perspective to contend with that one up front. The oddball's the one in third, and that one you can float from first to third, in my opinion. I think she's got some intriguing pieces. She's as long-necked and as tall-shouldered as anything in this set. Very, very good in terms of levelness of her top side, but particularly levelness out of her dock and her hind leg set. She just comes in a few more pieces. I'd like to take her neck, set it on the top side of her shoulder, like to make her bigger in terms of her forerib, and then just level her out in terms of her top line as she gets in motion. And then of these three, from just a handling standpoint, she's the softest one on the top side of her rib cage and up into her forerib, just showing the effects of age just a little bit more. Much the same thing as we work into 4, 5, and 6. Nice built sheep here, a little heavier condition, just a little plainer, a little staler, if you will, at this stage of the game. The sheep that comes next is as stout and powerful as anything in this drive. A little lower fronted, wants to hook her neck in a little horizontal instead of vertical, a little heavier conditioned as well. And then the ewe that's going to round out our set, really bold and big bodied. Need to lean her up just a little bit. She's just a little heavier conditioned. Nice set here. Give them a round of applause as we send them out.
Placings in our first class of yearling ewes. First place and congratulations goes to Peyton Howe. Second place goes to Ainsley Olivia and Braylon Porter. Third place goes to Jude Parker. Fourth place to Cooper Crowder. Fifth, Mitchell Brown. And sixth, Hatley Smolik. In the ring now, we will be ready for that second class of yearling ewes. That second class of yearling ewes will be going in the ring now. Southbound exhibitors, just so we avoid some congestion over here where we're entering, let's exit over here and enter here in the center. So exit over here on the south side of the show ring. Southbound exhibitors, let's make this a first call for that third class of yearling ewes. Third class of yearling ewes to the makeup ring. Corridale exhibitors, you are ready for your Corridale show in ring 2. After the Corridales, and there's not that many Corridales altogether. There's only 7 total Corridales. Valets, your show is after the Corridales. So Corridales and Valets be making your way to ring 2. Let's make that second call, Southdown exhibitors. Second call on that third class of yearling ewes. Second call on that third class of yearling ewes. Southdown exhibitors, we have two classes of falls. We have an early class and a late class of falls. After that late class of falls, we will select our senior and reserve senior champion ewes. Ewes, yes.
Well, good class here, and I'm sure just judging by some of the sheep that are in this lineup, there's probably some differing opinions on the outside of the ring, and I certainly welcome those. You don't go to shows with sheep that you're not proud of and don't like. I think there's a great set of sheep in here. I am of the opinion that good livestock are good livestock in motion. I walk sheep a lot. Some breeding sheep guys don't do that, but in my ring, they dang sure better be able to hold themselves together on the go, and I think that's what sorts this class the way it is. Young lady up front brings us one that is not the freshest sheep in class, but what she is square. She's sound, very good in her body shape, very good in her top line. She's got a great head, and certainly one that as we turn loose just maintains her skeletal height up through her front third more appropriately than the one that comes out in second. Love the body shape of the one in second, and the young lady gets everything she can out of her. Does a great job in terms of showing this one to a very, very high degree, propping her neck up, and on the standstill, you can contend that one getting further up. get the two in motion, and that's where she struggles just a little bit more to keep her height up through her front third quite as consistently as the one that leads off. I like both those sheep a good deal. The intriguing one's the one in third. She's got the big fluffy legs. She's got the handling quality and the hide quality. She's as muscular as anything in this set, and she is just a flat out bear in terms of muscularity and stoutness, center body and rib cage. Set the three sheep in motion. She's the one that struggles the most out of her front end. She's a little straighter up in terms of her shoulder angle, a little bigger at the base of her neck. Depth of scapula and depth of shoulder hinders her ability to balance on the move, in my opinion. But I think that sheep from her fore-rib back is a very, very stout one that can contend in a lot of places. Similar story of the one that comes next. Great body shape. Young man does a good job getting this one shown. Just comes in a few more pieces. I'd like to take her neck and set it on the top side of her shoulder. I'd like to take her scapula blade and her sternum and shove it up in her just a little bit more. And then as we get these sheep in motion, that one just kind of deviates down her top line, needs to be more consistent in the way she sends her loin back into her hip. I like the muscularity of the one that comes out in 5. This is as hard handling and as muscular a sheep as we've got in the drive here. Like that a good deal about her. Her bottom line needs to be corrected, needs to drop down into her rear rib and into her flank just a little bit more consistently. Take her neck and set it on the top side of her shoulder. Sheep that comes next, really good in terms of build and balance, needs freshened up from just a condition perspective. Young man does a good job getting that one shown. The one that rounds out the set has as much stoutness, power, and muscularity as anything in this drive. Unfortunately, she's just a little heavy condition. Just need to freshen her up from a condition perspective. Congratulations. Really, really nice set of Southdown ewes.
Southdown exhibitors, you are excused. Let's it. Placings in that second class of yearling ewes. First place and congratulations goes to Maddie Hogger. Second place goes to Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter. Third place goes to Gensley Ball. Fourth place to Peyton Howe. Fifth to Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter. Sixth place to John Crowder. And seventh place to Abby Brown. We are ready for our third and final class of yearling ewes. There are 7 entries in this class. This will be your first call, Southdown exhibitors, for that early fall class. First call for that early fall ewe lamb class. Tip bucket raffle, if you have your red tickets handy, there was not anybody that claimed the ticket that ended in 182. 724-047. 724-047. One more time, 724-047. Let's go ahead and make a second call on that class of early fall ewe lambs. Second call, early fall Southdown ewe lambs.
again, nice class here, and I think depending on who you've got on the microphone, there's probably some different ways that you can align this class, and I certainly wouldn't argue with you. I think depending on where you put your priorities, there's sheep further down the line here that probably can fit your preference, and I'm perfectly okay with that. I first and foremost, I walk these things a bunch. I try to find the ones that maintain themselves with the most integrity on the move. That's where the young lady up front prevails with that sheep there. I think on the standstill, she's not a wow factor sheep necessarily. She's okay in terms of bone work. Her body shape's exceptionally good. The way her neck comes out of her shoulders exceptionally good. She touches with the right kind of touch and tone. She's fresh conditioned, which is an advantage over 2 and 3 in this particular class. I like that about her, but her biggest advantage is as we set the sheep loose, she's just so much better in terms of her comfortability and maintaining natural height at the apex of her shoulder. Does a really, really good job from that standpoint. On the standstill, this is probably the sheep that I gravitate towards. I love that one in terms of her hip and hind leg design. Bulky centered sheep with just a big pin set and wide from behind. Love that one. Great deal in terms of just the basics. Get the sheep in motion and she drops her front end in her. Needs to maintain more height. The shoulder needs to maintain more levelness at top line. Gets just a little loosey-goosey in terms of her top line. Wants to run downhill just a little bit. Young lady in third, I think of these top three, has a sheep that, again, can justify starting. Really good in terms of her neck shape, her height, the shoulder, body shape is exceptionally good. Of these three, she's the one that probably is the most questionable in terms of just muscle texture and tone in terms of width of her top, particularly as you work back out of her hip. Plainest in terms of her pin set, and then as you get these sheep in motion, she's the tightest one in terms of the way that she handles those back too. The one in fourth, I promise you there's probably people on the outside of the ring that have this sheep significantly higher, and I listen to it. I like her height, the shoulder, all of the things that you guys like about her, so do I. She's got big fuzzy legs. She runs uphill. She has height, the shoulder. She's relatively good in terms of her forerib shape. It's there back. She needs to handle her loin into her hip a little bit better. And then right in behind her, she's just plainer and more bland in terms of her pin set and lower muscle into her thigh and her crotch from behind. Set the four sheep in motion, and she's the one that's probably just the straightest in terms of her front end there. The one that comes next I like a lot about. She's not the biggest sheep in the drive, but she's very good. Young lady does a good job getting her shown. Feet and legs are good. Her body shape's good. She handles with some touch and tone, texture. Get the sheep in motion. She gets a little bit too tight in her top line, maybe just a little smaller and more fragile in terms of her feature down low as well. Big sheep that comes next, very extended. Like her a great deal from that standpoint. Comes in a few more pieces. Just needs to be smoother blending, particularly as you get into her forerib and then over her loin. Sheep that rounds out the set, I like a good deal in terms of foot and bone work. Little staler in terms of just her hide and her condition. Just needs freshened up a little bit as we study them out here. Congratulations to that set.
Placings on that third class of yearling ewes. First place and congratulations, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter. Second place, Scout Ingram. Third place, Maddie Hogger. Fourth place, Alexis Cook. Fifth place, Eleanor Carson. Sixth place, Scout Ingram. And seventh place, Ellis Rinker. In the ring now, we are ready for that early fall ewe lamb class. Early fall ewe lamb. Let's make that first call for that late fall ewe lamb. First call, late fall ewe lamb class to the makeup ring, please. Abby Brown. At least on my paper, I am missing an early fall ewe lamb from you. Abby Brown. Cotswold Exhibitors. Cotswold Exhibitors. This is your first call, Cotswold Exhibitors, for your show in Ring 2. First call for your show in Ring 2. They've got maybe one more class of leg U's to do, and then they'll be picking champion U. So Cotswold Exhibitors, be making your way to Ring 2. Southdown Exhibitors, this is your second call for that late fall ULAM class. Second call for that late fall Southdown ULAM class.
Fun class here, one of the better ones that we've seen, I think, since the Southdown started up front here. And again, I said this previously in the day, but she's not the tallest front end or the most exotic up front, but she's very good legged. She's very good in terms of her top line, her body shape, ability to just be agile and get around the ring is her biggest advantage in here. Still fresh and certainly has handling quality. Between 2 and 3, I think soundness and particularly hind leg set is what sorts it. I like the sheep in second. I like her height, the shoulder, her top line, hip and hind leg design. From the side, though, she just doesn't come in as smooth as package to the one that precedes her. She needs to be just a little bit better into her forerib and over her loin, but that's a really nice sheep to be second in this particular class. Hard handling sheep that comes out in third, and the young lady does a really good job getting everything out of her. I don't know that her bottom line quality is quite as good, and then as we set the 3 sheep in motion, her hip and hind leg is what needs to just be corrected from an attractiveness standpoint, but sure gets a lot out of the front end of that particular ULAM. The one that comes next in fourth, I think on the standstill, you can appreciate the levelness of top line and the foot size and the stoutness of feature that she has. We get the sheep in motion, and she's a little bit more upright in her shoulder and wants to deviate as we work back into her loin. And then the fact of the matter is, as we get our hands on these sheep, she's just not quite as fresh or as muscular in her tone as the 3 that precede her. Much the same thing, the young man that comes next has a tall fronted one that's probably as long necked and as extended ahead of her shoulder as anything in class. That one gets better with age, because where she needs to get better, she just needs to fill in the cracks. She needs to be smoother. At this stage of the game, she's still a little raw. She needs to be smoother into her forerib, smoother over her loin. But boy, I think that sheep props up and has the right kind of feature to continue to get better. Just needs to be smoother blending. The sheep that comes next, I like a good deal in terms of stoutness and power. A little heavier condition, comes with just a little bit more chest fore and breastplate as we study them today. Congratulations to that set.
Placings on this class of early fall ewe lambs. First place and congratulations goes to Riley Geertz. Second place to Abby Brown. Third to Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter. Fourth to Eloise Wager. Fifth to Mitchell Brown. And sixth to Rowan Smolik. In the ring now, we're ready for that class of late fall ewe lambs. Late fall ewe lambs. Southdown exhibitors, if you had a first or second place yearling ewe, first or second place yearling ewe, or if you were first or second in the early fall class, you need to be making your way to the makeup ring. First or second yearling ewe or fall ewe lamb, make your way to the makeup ring. Out of the first class of yearlings, first was Peyton Howe, second was Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter. Out of the second class of yearlings, first was Maddie Hogger. Second was Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter. Out of the third class of yearling ewes, first was Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter, and second was Scout Ingram. Also, exhibitors, just a reminder, over here in the exhibit building, there is a sign-up sheet for the cornhole tournament for this evening. All of the juniors or the kids, you can pick your own partners. The adults, you're free to pick your partner, but just understand that it's going to be a random draw, so those partners will get broken up from my understanding. Southdown exhibitors, let's make sure we've got all of our first and second place yearling ewes ringside and ready. Back to our ticket drawing. Still no one's claimed the prize. Next ticket number is 724. 154. 724 154. If you have that winning ticket, go claim your prize at the concession stand. 724 154.
I think a nice class here, one that for me, I think comes together pretty handily, and I think a top pair up here that gives some problems. I think I like the sheep that we lead off with on the standstill. That's where I like her the most. I think she collects herself very well. She props up good. Young lady does a good job getting her shown. As we get that sheep out in motion, she does just prance just a little bit and get it a little short stepping. I do like the handling quality of that particular sheep. I think one that really, really good from the side. Wish she would just catch another gear as she gets out and goes. There's a lot to like about the sheep in second. Her attitude's maybe not one of them. I like that sheep a good deal in terms of just levelness and soundness of structure. Like her up ahead of her shoulder. You want to use that sheep. Unfortunately, she just continues to tuck her neck and her head the whole time that she's out here. Get her in motion, and she starts to drop her front end in her. Just wish she was handling the show ring just a little bit more readily. The young lady that comes in third, I think, does a great job. Much like a sheep that we talked about previously, that's not the biggest sheep in this class, but what I think she is very good in terms of her top line. Body shape is good. That's a nice sheep. We get her in motion. She maybe doesn't hold herself together quite as easily. She maybe gets just a little bit more upright in her shoulder and needs to be better in how she handles her loin back into her hip. Like a lot of things about the sheep that comes out in four, particularly at this angle right here, very, very good in terms of being tall fronted, gets around the ring pretty good, get in behind her. There just needs to be more sheep there. She's a little more bland and plain in terms of her pin set and muscularity from behind. flip the script a little bit, the sheep that comes next has all the stoutness and power that you need in this particular class. Gets a little bigger shouldered, a little coarser in terms of her neck, and just a little looser hided as you step into touch. Stouty that comes in 5, big backed and thick ended. Problem is she's just a little thick necked and thick shouldered up front, needs to balance better. One that comes next has height of shoulder and length of body. Unfortunately, she's just a little stale, need to freshen up her hide a little bit. Young man does a great job getting this sheep ready. Hide quality is exceptionally good off both ends. She's just a little round and a little plain in terms of her shape. Congratulations to that set.
Placings on this class of late fall ewe lambs. First place and congratulations goes to Ainsley, Olivia, and Braylon Porter. Second place to Scout Ingram. Third place to Melanie Wilson. Fourth place to Levi Willman. Fifth to John Crowder. Sixth to Braxton Green. And seventh to Eloise Wager. And eighth to Colton Yoder. We are going to be selecting our senior champion ewe. Senior champion ewe. First place out of our first class of yearling ewes is Peyton Howe. Second place out of the first class of yearling ewes was Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter. First place out of class 2 yearling ewes was Maddie Hogger. Second place was Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter. First place out of class 3 yearling ewes was Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter. Second was Scout Ingram. First place fall ewe lamb, Riley Geertz. Second place early fall ewe lamb, Abby Brown. And just selected first place late fall ewe lamb, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter. Second place to Scout Ingram. Let's give our senior ewe exhibitors a round of applause as we sort through to find our senior and reserve senior champion. Southdown exhibitors, let's be making our way. First call with that first class of spring ewe lambs. First call for that first class of spring ewe lambs to the makeup ring. Let's go ahead and make a second call on that first class of spring ewe lambs for the Southdowns. Second call. First class of spring ewe lambs for the Southdowns.
Well, it's been a pleasure sorting through the older age ewes here. I'm really excited to get into the younger stuff. And again, as you work through, not everything fits cookie cutter mold out here, but what I do hope is that they're square legged and functional down low, that they come with some look and ultimately some touch quality even at this age. They've still got to be lean and mean and touch with some firmness and some handling quality. I think there's some out here that certainly do that better than others still even yet. But sound structured sheep that prop up well and have the right kind of proportions. For this guy, I'm just a hillbilly Targhee guy from Wyoming. But the fact of the matter is, I like sheep that can move. I like sheep with the right kind of proportions. They don't have to be the biggest. They don't have to be the flashiest. They just have to be good. And I think we've got a nice set of those out here as we work through these. For me, it's a fun set. I think there's a couple of them in contention. There's one of them that in my mind touches really good, has great look from the side, great on the move. There's one that I think is maybe a little bit more moderate, but certainly has the right kind of build. A couple of them that have the right kind of structure, but maybe on the move, either lose front ends or get just a little deep up front. That's kind of how I see them. I've talked to them in class. I won't spend a whole lot more time. I think there's two of them out here that just suit my kind the best. I listen to arguments all the time. We've had a lot of different types of sheep through the ring. These are just the ones that fit me the best. So with that, if you're not Grand or Reserve in this senior lineup, state fairs coming, national shows are coming, and I think a great set of showmen and a great set of livestock. I'll get you two out of this senior division. Congratulations to a really high quality lineup.
Your senior champion ewe out of your third class of yearling ewes exhibited by Olivia Porter. And your reserve senior champion out of your early falls exhibited by Riley Geertz. As those are exiting the ring, we are going to move into the junior portion of our show. We have got 6 classes of ewe lambs to work through. We are ready for first class of spring ewe lambs. There are 6 entries. These are all born within January 1 to January 4. Second class of spring Southdown ewe lambs. Let's be making your way to the makeup ring. Second class of spring ewe lambs to the makeup ring in the Southdowns. ahead and make that second call. Second call for that Southdown Spring Ewe-Lamb class. Second call for that second class of Spring Ewe-Lambs.
A good class here to start into the younger age group, and I think one that, at least for this guy, falls together pretty handily. I think two sheep up front that have the right kind of running gear underneath them. The one up front just comes with more extras. I like her in terms of the height of her shoulder and the levelness of her hip, and the stride of her hind leg probably a little bit more appropriately than the one that comes in second. I like her a great deal when that young lady gets into her, get her loose, and she does get just a little bit bigger at the base of her shoulder. She's just a little longer in her scapula up front there. I think it's appropriate for the depth of flank that she has and the leg shape that she has into when you get back into her rear leg. But a nice sheep there. If you're going to get critical, it's at the base of her shoulder and just shortening that scapula. The one that comes in too, I really like just the basic build in, sound structured, bold bodied, handles good. Gets just a little round off of both ends. She's a little bit conventional in terms of her shoulder and just length of neck up front. Needs to be extended there and then leveled out of the top side of her hip. The one that comes out in three, tall shouldered, long in terms of her top line. She gets just a little longer in terms of her scapula up front, starts to lose her front end in motion. Just need to tighten her hide and add for just a little bit more touch quality as you get your hands on them. Like the basic build of the one that's in four here, really level, sound structured, little flat and plain in terms of just muscularity and width. Just needs to be broader as you get in on that one. Flip the script completely. The one that comes next has all the broadness in the world. The young men bring us one that wide-chested, bold-bodied, big-backed, and big-ended. Just needs to come with more look as you work through the front third of that one. Skeleton gets just a little lower tying in her neck, a little bolder off both ends. One that rounds out the set, I think, has a lot of really neat pieces. Long-term, she just needs to blend all of that together. As we study her today, she's very long-necked. She's very long in terms of her spine. Needs more center body, needs a shot more flank, and needs to blend her top line just more correctly as we get them out in motion. Congratulations to that set. If you would, put your hands together as they exit.
Placings on this first class of Spring Ewe-Lambs. First place, and congratulations, goes to Gensley Ball. Second place to Scout Ingram. Third place to Emma Myers. Fourth place to Vivian Stephenson. Fifth place to Braxton Green. And sixth to Brody Barker. Entering the ring now, we are ready for that second class of Spring Ewe-Lambs. Southdown exhibitors, just a reminder, there's a lot of Southdowns in the makeup ring. Let's try to exit here out of the south side of the out of the show ring, if at all possible. Let's go ahead also, Southdown exhibitors, and make that a first call for this third class of spring ewe lambs. First call for the third class of spring ewe lambs. Let's make that a second call for that third class of spring ewe lambs. Second call, third class of spring Southdown ewe lambs. For those of you that did some of the contesting stuff here, I believe it was Thursday, sales talk, that sort of thing, the judging contest. All of those awards are going to be handed out at 6 p.m. this evening. The Youth Sheep Expo awards will be first at 6. After the Youth Sheep Expo, the YSE awards are done. Then the HAMP Association will be doing their awards for the Hampshire Showdown. That'll all take place tonight after 6 o'clock. Then at 7 o'clock this evening, there will be a pizza party. At 7 p.m., there will be a pizza party this evening.
Again, good class here, and I think the one up front probably comes to us just a little fresher, if you will. Not only from the outside is that one just in more show rig, but as you step to handle her, she is as well. I like her height and her touch just a little bit better. Her height, the shoulder's very good. Her body shape's very good. The question with that one long term is whether she bulks up and stays bulky enough from behind. She's got plenty of length of body and length of front end. She's going to have to match that with some stoutness and power long term, but very good built, extremely good headed Southdown U there. The one that comes out in two, I like a good deal, particularly on the standstill and from behind, like her hawk set and her pin set from behind. She's good in terms of muscularity up high. I'd like to freshen up her hide just a little bit, and as we set the sheep in motion, just add more comfortability to her loin and her top line as she gets out and goes. The one that comes in three, big bodied, really, really good in terms of her top line, up fronted in terms of her front third. Step in behind that sheep. There's just got to be more there. She's a little plain and bland in terms of her pin set, plainer in terms of her lower leg. The one that comes next, I think, has pieces that you can definitely like. She's probably as good in terms of her fore-rib shape and upper rib shape as anything in this class. Unfortunately, as we set them in motion, she's the one that wants to tuck her neck into her shoulder a little bit more horizontally. She wants to get just a little off in terms of how she sends her loin into her hip there. Just needs to be smoother. The one that comes next, I like a good deal about. Muscular, props up well, just needs freshened up in terms of her hide quality, freshened up in terms of her tone and texture. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Give them a round of applause as we work into the next set.
Placings on the second class of Spring Ewe Lambs. First place and congratulations goes to Riley Geertz. Second place to John Crowder. Third to Levi Willman. Fourth to Peyton Howe. And fifth to Eloise Wager. In the ring now, we are ready for that third class of Southdown Ewe Lambs. Third class, there should be 5 entries in this class. Red tickets handy if you have not been picked yet. We haven't picked a winner, so the next number is 724108. If you have a red ticket with 724108, that is your next number. If you have that, please come up here to verify and we'll get you the bucket. Let's make this a first call for the fourth class of Southdown Ewe Lambs. First call for the fourth class of Southdown Ewe Lambs. We're going to go ahead and make this a second call for that fourth class of Southdown Ewe Lambs. Second call for that fourth class of Southdown Ewe Lambs.
Well, I think a good class here, and there's a good set of sound structured sheep in here with long-term future. But the one that's just the most ready today of those is the young ladies up front. Not only does she prop up with just the best show ring look as you step in from the side, but on top of that, of these top three, she handles with the most touch and tone and quality as you work from her shoulder back. I like the ledge of her top line, and then certainly her hide is just more desirable than either 2 or 3 in this class. She props up well. She's got a good look and gets out and moves well. I think a nice individual to lead off with. Question for me is between 2 and 3, and I think there's some give and take. The UN2, I think, has a good future because of the basics that she sits upon from a foundation perspective. Very good in the shoulder angle, gets out and moves well. She's just a little lazy and a little soft as she gets out and goes. Wants to drop her front end, needs to keep her top line just a little bit higher, and needs to handle with more firmness. The one that comes out in 3, big-footed, heavy structured, bottom line quality is exceptionally good. Young man does a great job getting the front end out of that critter. The top line is where we just need to fill that in just a little bit more correctly, get him in motion, and that one deviates down her top line, needs to hook into her hip just a little bit smoother and more consistently. Big muscled one that comes out in 4, really good in terms of rack shape, loin edge, body shape is all good. As you work down on that one and get these in motion, she's the one that's a little bit more upright in the angle of her blade. She's the one that probably struggles the most of those top 4 to maintain herself as she gets in motion. Work into 5, I like that sheep in terms of body shape. Hip and hind leg is extremely good up front. She needs to be smoother at the base of her shoulder, take her neck and set it on the top side of her shoulder there. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Give them a round of applause as they exit.
Placings on this third class of Southdown Youths. First place, and congratulations, goes to Maddie Hogger. Second place to Riley Gertz. Third place to Levi Willman. And fourth place to Ainsley Porter. And fifth to Paul Rinker. In the ring now, we are ready for the fourth class of Southdown Youths. Fourth class of Southdown Youths in the ring now. This is going to be your first call. First call on that fifth class of Southdown U-Lambs. First call on that fifth class of Southdown U-Lambs. Let's make that second call for that fifth class of Southdown ULAMs. Second call, fifth class of Southdown ULAMs. Just a reminder to all the exhibitors, if you are winning a junior champion, senior champion, reserve of any of those breed champions, make sure you go over here and get your pictures taken. Um, Emily Adcock and her crew are here working diligently to get pictures done. She has a lot of photos already uploaded. They're there, they're visible, they're ready for you to buy them, not just copy and paste them. Let's buy them. And she's got quite a few of those classes done. So she has shared a link to the Used Sheep Expo page already today. And those photos are there and ready for purchase.
Good class here. I don't claim to be a very smart man, but I do know one that I like when I see it, and that's the one that leads off here. I think round-bodied, big-backed, and certainly good look from the side. Gets out and moves well. Nice type of sheep there. The one that comes out in 2 and 3, to me, that's the decision. I like the handling quality of the sheep that's in second. Very, very good in terms of height, the shoulder, and just leanness of neck up front. Big foot or big feature and bones down low. He's got the right kind of shape in terms of muscularity. Set the sheep in motion, and that's where you'd like to make her just more comfortable, particularly out of her front end, and just get that ratio of her chest to flank line just more appropriate as she gets out in motion. The one that comes out in 3, great deal of look and balance on the standstill, moves very good out in motion. It's when you step to handle that particular sheep that she just needs to be higher quality to the touch in terms of her top line, her loin edge. Get those 3 sheep in motion. She wants to duck her front end and get a little heavy up front. The fourth place sheep, or the sheep that rounds out this set, again, not the biggest critter in the world, certainly very good in terms of feet and legs and soundness of structure. Gets just a little plainer at this angle right here than maybe these that precede her. This is a very high quality class. 4 very, very good individuals. Give them a round of applause as they exit.
Placings in this fourth class of Southdown ULAMs. First place and congratulations goes to Jude Parker. Second place to Olivia Porter. Third, Riley Geertz. And fourth, Vivian Stephenson. In the ring now, we are ready for that fifth class of Southdown ULAMs. This is going to be your first call for that sixth and final class of Southdown ULAMs. First call for that sixth and final class for Southdown ULAMs. Scout Ingram. Sixth class of Southdown ULAMs. This is your second call for that sixth and final class of Southdown ULAMs.
Again, good class here, and I think a lot of sort as you work down in through here. Fun class, and depending on where you put your priorities, maybe you land in a different place. But definitely like the little girls ULAM up front. To me, again, squareness and chest floor is very good on that one. Exceptionally good in terms of the roundness of her body. Really good in terms of touch and handling quality, and then hip and hind legs very good as well. I just think that's a nice sheep to lead off with. Big high-performing ULAM that comes out in second. Certainly looks like a generator long-term. I think there's a lot you can do with that one from a breeding perspective. Big-bodied, muscular enough, and certainly good in terms of pin set and hind leg. Didn't think she came with quite the same look as you work through the base of her shoulder, her chest floor, and the way her neck sets into her shoulder as the one that we lead off with. Really neat ULAM that comes out next, and I think this one's got a ton of future. Very, very good in terms of build and balance. Of these three, get underneath them, and she's the narrowest chested one. She's the plainest and just blandest in terms of her body shape, pin set from behind as well. And then as we round out the set, I think this is a very nice sheep to be in fourth. Very good in terms of feet and legs and soundness of structure. Needs to come with a little bit more handling quality and take her neck and set it on the top side of her shoulder. Congratulations to those four.
Southdown ULAM, Spring ULAM Class 5. First place and congratulations goes to Eleanor Carson. Second place to Peyton Howe. Third to Olivia Porter. And fourth to Bryn Ritter. In the ring now, we are ready for our sixth and final class of Southdown ULAMs. After the conclusion of Class 6, we will be selecting a junior and reserve junior champion U. Southdown ewe lamb exhibitors, if you had a first or second place Southdown ewe lamb in the junior division, you need to be ringside and ready. Be bringing those ewe lambs to the ring. Out of our first class, first place was Ginsley Ball. Second was Scout Ingram. Out of our second class, first place Riley Geertz. Second, John Crowder. Out of our third class, first place Maddie Hogger. Second, Riley Geertz. Out of our fourth class, first place Jude Parker. Second place Olivia Porter. Out of our fifth class, first place Eleanor Carson. Second place Peyton Howe. Let's be making sure we have those sheep ringside and ready. We also, here in a little bit, will need the senior champion from Olivia Porter and the reserve senior from Riley Geertz. Pull out your red tickets. Here's the next number. We have yet to have somebody claim something. 724027. Last three are 027. If that's your number, you have until 4 o'clock to collect that at the concession stand.
Well, nice set here, and I think just the best one again in terms of feet and legs and getting around the ring is the one that we lead off with up front. I like that sheep a good deal in terms of stoutness of feature. She's good in terms of squareness of feet and legs, bold in terms of her body, and then has some back width to go with it. Again, not the biggest sheep in the world, not the flashiest one in the world, but I do think she's the hardest one to pick a hole in. I like the sheep in second for her body shape and her handling quality. She gets just a little upright in terms of her shoulder for my liking. Like that one to get out just a little bit smoother. Kind of the same story as the sheep that comes next. I like that one in terms of her length up front. Her top line's very good. Young lady does a great job getting her shown, get her in motion. She's just a little bit tentative in terms of her movement, a little bit more upright in her blade. Probably just needs a little bit more flank line at this stage of the game as well. The one that comes next, really like that sheep a good deal in terms of foot and stoutness of feature. Gets a little plain in terms of her handle up high. Just needs to be firmer as you get your hands on her. Allow her to hook her loin just more correctly into her hip. Sheep that comes next is nice in terms of soundness of structure. Once again, gets a little plain from the side. Needs to handle a little bit firmer. Young lady, you're doing a great job showing that sheep. Doing a good job. Sheep itself, I think, is good in terms of hide. Good in terms of some touch and some firmness. Gets a little lower set in her neck and wants to get a little round out of her hip. And then the one that we round out the set with, I think, has body shape. Again, just needs to be freshened up a little bit as you get off to the side of her. Needs to come with just a little bit more look. Congratulations to this lineup.
First place out of the sixth class of Southdown U Lambs, first place goes to Madison Ann Hogger. Second place goes to Maddie Hogger. Third to Olivia Porter. Fourth to Brody Barker. Fifth, Vivian Stephenson. Sixth, Melanie Wilson. And seventh, Allie Winters. We are ready to select our junior champion and reserve junior champion Southdown U. Out of the first class of Southdown Spring U Lambs, first place was Gensley Ball. Second was Scout Ingram. Out of the second class, first place was Riley Geertz. Second was John David Crowder. Out of the third class, first place was Maddie Hogger. Second was Riley Geertz. Out of the fourth class, first was Jude Parker. Second was Olivia Porter. Out of the fifth class, first was Eleanor Carson and second Peyton Howe. And out of the last class, first and second, both by Madison Hogger. So first lineup closest to the entry should be Gensley Ball, Riley Geertz, Maddie Hogger, Jude Parker, Eleanor Carson, and Maddie Hogger. Senior and reserve senior champion exhibitors, we need those two sheep to the makeup ring. So we should have our senior champion from Olivia Porter and our reserve from Riley Geertz to the makeup ring. Border Cheviot exhibitors. Border Cheviot exhibitors. We are selecting Junior Champion U right now. We will be ready for your show here momentarily. So Border Cheviot exhibitors were on the downhill slide of the South Downs.
Well, a fun lineup here, and again, I'm not arrogant enough to think that these all fit everybody's kind on the outside of the ring. But what I will tell you is they fit me. They're sound structured, good built, cheap. Might not be the most of anything, but certainly ones that just cover the bases. I don't need them to be the biggest. I don't need them to be the stoutest. Just need them to be right. And I think as you study these out here, good set of sheep all the way through. I know it's hot. The kids are tired. The sheep are more tired, and I'm probably the most tired. So with that said, I'm going to set the mic down, get you a champion and reserve out of this junior lineup. I think they pair up really well together. I don't necessarily have to do that, but I do think their kind pairs up very similar. Nice set. Give them a round of applause one more time.
Your junior champion is exhibited by Jude Parker. And your reserve junior champion exhibited by Maddie Hogger. Let's give all of our junior sheep exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring. Let's leave Maddie and Jude's here. We need to bring back in our senior champion. So Olivia Porter with her yearling and Riley Gertz with her early fall. And then we will bring Jude's junior champion ewe and Maddie's reserve junior champion ewe. Border Cheviot exhibitors. Border Cheviot exhibitors. We are selecting champion Southdown ewe. Your class, first class of rams, your yearling ram, will be in the ring next.
Well, it's been fun sorting through the Hamps earlier today. A lot of quality throughout the day. I thought the Hampshires were really good. The Southdowns have been every bit as good. A lot of depth, and certainly I'm sure there's a lot of people ringside that obviously came here with an intent and a purpose, and maybe sat further down in class than they thought they should have been. It's just my opinion on this day, and like I said earlier, I'm just a hillbilly target guy from Wyoming. So I like sound structured sheep. I like sheep with the right kind of body shape, and I like sheep with handling quality. I think there's 4 very nice ones out here. They're not the biggest Southdown sheep out there. They're not the smallest or the stoutest Southdown sheep out there. But what they are is good. They're basic in the best sense of the word. They have handling quality. They have the right kind of shape. They have the right kind of structural correctness. I think a really nice set of 4 that are out here. So with that said, I'll set down the mic, take another peek, get you a champion in reserve. Thank you to the Southdown exhibitors. It's been a nice show. Very much appreciated it. Put your hands together.
Your champion Southdown U, exhibited by Jude Parker. Your reserve champion, exhibited by Ainsley, Olivia, and Braylon Porter. Let's give our Southdown exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring. All right, we're going to go right on into our Chevy Ram class. Our first class in the ring, we have a single entry. This is a yearling Ram class.
Single entry to start the Cheviot show here, and I think one that just brings a lot of quality to the table. Really good in terms of his front end design, his body shape, stoutness, and power, and yet still appropriate in terms of where his hind leg sits underneath his skeleton. I think one with some handling quality as well. Congratulations to these two.
First place, yearling Border Cheviot Ram, exhibited by Caitlin Von Behrens. Next class in the ring will be a fall Ram Lamb. That is a single entry class.
Again, single entry here, really good in terms of just pattern and balance from the side. Has an exceptional front end design in him, extremely extended ahead of his shoulder, good in terms of his top line, and yet still up on his toes and the right kind of skeleton down low. Congratulations to those two.
First place fall Ram Lamb, exhibited also by Caitlin Von Behrens. Will bring her yearling Ram back in to select for our senior champion Ram. Border Cheviot exhibitors, just so you're aware, all of our Rams are up here in ringside, so we're going to be calling that first class of yearling ewes here real quick. So if you want to start making your way with that first class of yearling ewes to the makeup ring,
Well, a good pair out here, and I think there's some give and take. And again, depending on who you have on the microphone, I think you can flip and flop them because there is some advantages, obviously, for that yearling in terms of just size and stoutness and power. I wish he was a little better on his front feet and up in his knee up front. I think that's an advantage for the fall. And then on top of that, I think the fall comes with just a little bit more look. We'll stick with champion over here, go reserve up front.
Your senior champion ram out of the fall-born class, exhibited by Caitlin Von Behrens. Your reserve senior champion ram, exhibited by Caitlin Von Behrens with the yearling. In the ring now, we are ready for spring ram lambs, and there are 2 entries in this class. This class will also determine our junior and reserve junior champion rams. Yearling ewe Cheviot exhibitors, let's be making your way with those yearling ewes to the makeup ring. We should have 5 Cheviot yearling ewes.
Well, much like the discussion that we just had, I think as you go down to the surface in terms of foot quality and ankle length, probably an advantage for the young lady's buck that leads off here. I think he's more up on his toes. He's a taller fronted buck, more extended ahead of his shoulder. Not the biggest testicled ram in the world, but I think certainly one that's still very lammy in terms of his head and his neck up front as well. So that probably comes with age. The one in second, I think, bigger bodied, stouter, and more powerful. I do like his column of bone. Unfortunately, up front, he's just a little longer in his front pasture, and he's a little bit more down on his front feet. Needs to be just a little bit more up on his toes there. Has just a little bit of a disadvantage as we get off to the side of him right here from a look perspective compared to that one that we lead off with. Nice pair there, a lot of give and take. Congratulations to both exhibitors.
First place springborn ram lamb, also your junior champion, is exhibited by Caitlin Von Behrens, and your reserve junior champion, second place, Arabella Clifton. Let's go ahead and bring those 2 senior champion rams back in. The fall ram lamb of Caitlin Von Behrens and the yearling ram. We'll pick our overall champion Cheviot ram. Just a reminder to everybody that's here, you are free to go when you're done. If you would like any sort of refund back on your pins, you do. I believe it's a $10 return back on your pins if you clean them before you go, but you need to get Lloyd or Debbie to check your pins before you go, and it's a $10 return on your pin fee.
Well, I think a nice set out here. I won't spend a whole lot more time. When you've got single entries like this, it's easy to get your hands on them and kind of have that fresh of mind as they come back out. I'll stick with the same theme that I've had throughout the day, and that's that we work from the ground up and make them good in terms of feet and ankle and feet and legs. I like the senior champion here to be our champion ram, and then we're going to follow up with the good-footed, sound-structured buck lamb out of the junior division to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your champion Border Cheviot Ram, exhibited by Caitlin Von Behrens from the Fall Senior Division, and your reserve champion, exhibited also by Caitlin Von Behrens in the Junior Division. We'll let them get the Rams out of the ring, and then we are ready to go into our female show for the Border Cheviots. We have 4 classes of females will have 2 for senior champion, 2 for junior champion. So in the ring now is yearling Cheviot ewes. And there are 5 entries in this class. One more is walking in right now. If there's anything out of the concession stand that you would like to get yet today, they are getting ready to close for the day. I am assuming they will be back open tomorrow morning. So but if there's anything yet this afternoon you would like to purchase, they are closing here in just a little bit. Brandon Ritter, your mother would like to see you if you'd come to the show ring. She doesn't look real happy, so I'd come very, very cautiously. Border Cheviot exhibitors, if they're not up here, let's be getting those fall ewe lambs to the makeup ring. Fall ewe lambs to the makeup ring, please.
Fun class of yearling ewes to work through here. I don't know where the National Border Cheviot Show is, but it kind of looks like it's out here in the ring right now. exceptional quality all the way through. I mean, we've got one down in fifth place down there that is extremely good. The one that leads off, I think, not only does so in terms of look and balance, but she combines the stoutness and power of the one that comes out in second. Like her a great deal from that standpoint. The Stoutie's the one in second, very, very good in terms of body shape, in terms of handling quality, big from behind. Maybe gets just a little bit rounder out of both ends. I think part of it, she's the heaviest conditioned sheep in this set, but as we set the sheep in motion, I don't know that she maintains just as much natural height to shoulder as the one that we lead off with. From the hip forward, I really like the one that comes out in third. Again, bold-bodied. I think she's got a great front end structure in her. She's up on her toes. Neck comes out the way it's supposed to. Set the sheep in motion. She gets a little off out of her hip and a little up in her spine. The one that comes in four, I like a good deal about. Again, up front, she's very good. She's very good in terms of how her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. She, too, as we get in motion, wants to duck her pins a little bit and get off out of her hip, needs a shot more belly line and flank for this particular guy. Really like the one that comes next. Big bodied, deep, very level, gets a little frailer in terms of her bone work, loses her top line just a little bit, and from a stoutness perspective, get in behind those, and she's probably just the most general in terms of her width from behind. Really good set there. Congratulations to that crew.
Placings on your Border Chevy at Yearling U class. First place, and congratulations, goes to Caitlin Von Behrens. Second place to Cheyenne Clyde. Third to Arabella Clifton. Fourth to Caitlin Von Behrens. And fifth to Luke Mumm. Entering the ring now, we are ready for Fall ewe-lambs. Fall Border Chevy at ewe-lambs in the ring. At the conclusion of this show, Border Chevy exhibitors, we will be selecting your senior champion. Senior champion, so we need that first and second place sheep from the yearling class and first and second here out of the fall division. And we'll be selecting your senior champion.
a good class here, and I think the one up front is kind of the combination of 2 and 3, if you will, out here. That one I think is exceptionally good in terms of just build and balance. Combines that with some stoutness, still has a ton of future, but gets it right down at the surface in terms of feet and legs, and that's where it all starts. Love this one here in terms of build and balance, exceptional in terms of front end quality. There just needs to be more there. As you get up in front of that sheep, she's a little bit more closed up in her chest. Top side of her rib cage just needs to be broader and more pulled apart to beat that one up front. Similar in that line of thinking is the stout one that comes out in third. That one's as bold and as broad and as stout out of her hip as anything in this class. Unfortunately, she does get just a little bit more compact in terms of her front end design. As a result of that, she's a little bit more upright in her blade angle, maybe just a little rounder out of her hip. Really a nice ewe lamb with a ton of future that comes out in four. Extremely level, high quality in terms of skeleton. Again, she's a little bit smaller, but on top of that, just a little bit flatter and more concave in terms of her rib cage. Just needs pulled apart in her upper rib. The one that comes next, bold-bodied, stout and powerful, do a great job showing her, buddy. That one just needs to be a little longer up front. Needs to come with just a little bit more quality in terms of her look. And then we round out the set with one that's tall and long. I like those things about her. Just a little bit too round out of both ends of her skeleton. Needs to come with more look. Congratulations.
Placings on your fall ULAM Border Cheviot class. First place, and congratulations, Caitlin Von Behrens. Second place, Arabella Clifton. Third, Cheyenne Clyde. Fourth, J.W. Sims Reisner. Fifth, Caden Murphy. And sixth, Cash Coyle. We are ready to select your senior champion Border Cheviot U. First place out of the yearling was Caitlin Von Behrens. Second was Cheyenne Clyde. First out of the fall ULAM class was Caitlin Von Behrens. Second was Arabella Clifton.
What a high quality set to lead off the border show here, and I think you can travel a lot of miles in this particular breed and try and contend with the four that are out here in the ring, and I think you'll struggle to do it. There's a good set of younger age sheep out here, and there's nothing taken away from them because I think they got a bright future. But there's a couple of yearlings in here that I think first and foremost are proven, but secondly they are very, very high quality, extremely good sheep, sound structured, bold, and good in their look, and I think we'll keep them together. The two out of the yearling class will be your senior champions.
Your senior champion out of the yearling class, Caitlin Von Behrens, and reserve, also out of the yearling class, Cheyenne Clyde. We're going to roll right into our junior divisions. So we have our January ULAM class. There should be 5 entries in this class. Border Cheviot exhibitors, this will be your first call for that February-March ULAM class. First call, February-March ULAM class. This is that second call for that late spring ULAM class, February and March. Second call. There should be 4 entries in that class.
I think the sheep that leads off this particular class is exceptionally good. I think that one progresses into a heater as a yearling. That sheep's very good in terms of balance. Feet and legs are on point, kind of built the way that they're supposed to be. I think from there, you've got decisions to be made. I like the stoutness and power of the one that comes out in 2. For this guy, she's got to be redesigned at her knee and then down at her ankle up front in order to compete with that one that wins. The one that comes next, I like on the standstill. I think she props up well. We get her in motion. She's just a little bit upright in her angles. Wants to get just a little high in her top line as well. Needs to be more comfortable on the go. The sheep that comes out in 4, good in terms of body shape. Young man does a great job showing her. Gets her head and neck up where it's supposed to be. Down low, she gets a little narrow and a little plain in terms of her body shape. Needs to be stouter out of her pin set. Then the one that we round out the class with, I like her size. Up front, I think that one's got a lot of quality in terms of just the front third assembly. Work from there back. She gets a little easy in her top line, but as much as anything, like to redesign just her hock, her ankle off of her rear too, and allow for more sturdiness and just stability as she gets out and rolls. Go ahead and put your hands together. Really nice class here.
Placings on your early ULAMs. First place, and congratulations goes to Caitlin Von Behrens. Second, Cheyenne Clyde. Third, Arabella Clifton. Fourth, Caden Murphy. And fifth, Cash Coyle. We are ready for that February-March class. There are 4 entries in this class. Lloyd just made the comment that once the Cheviot show is done, just a reminder for everybody that if you're interested, the pool is open, he thinks, until 7. You're on your own to pay for it, but he wants you to know that it's open if you want to go swim. Pizza will be here at about 7. We are going to push back the awards for the YSC and the contest awards until the pizza. So until 7 o'clock. We'll do the awards for the contest stuff and the pizza at 7 o'clock.
Again, nice set, and I think you can travel a lot of miles in this particular breed and not find four in this age group that are more competitive. Very nice one to lead off. Not saying she's the biggest boned sheep in the world. That's probably where I'd change her, stouten her up in her feature a little bit, but really, really good up high. Great balance and great front end design. I like the sheep that comes out in second. Again, not overpowering in terms of bone work necessarily, but she is bold bodied. She's very, very stout. I like her in terms of the way she sends her neck out of the top side of her shoulder. I don't know that she just blends quite as smoothly up through her front third as the sheep that we lead off with. Maybe not quite as much length in terms of her hip and levelness out of her hip. Those are two very nice ones, though. This young lady does a great job getting them prepped and getting them fitted. I think throughout the show or throughout the board. The Chevy, she's had a set that's exceptional in terms of just fit and presentation. The one that comes next in line here, I like a good deal about. She's not handling the ring overly well, but I think that one's got a great future because feet and legs are very good, body shape is very good. Unfortunately, attitude is not. She wants to get a little tucker front end in her and then tucker pins as she gets out and goes. And then the one that we round out the set with, really, really good in terms of just balance. Doesn't have as much just width and mass as some of these up ahead of her. Congratulations to those four.
Placings on your late ewe-lambs. First place and congratulations goes to Caitlin Von Behrens. Second to Cheyenne Clyde. Third, Caitlin Von Behrens. And fourth, J.W. Sims Reisner. We are going to bring those first and second place ewe-lambs back in. First place out of the early ewe-lamb class was Caitlin Von Behrens. Second was Cheyenne Clyde. First out of the late was Caitlin Von Behrens, and second was Cheyenne Clyde.
Again, won't spend any more time than we need to. I think four exceptional individuals out here. These two exhibitors should certainly be proud of what they brought to town. I think very, very good. There's one that I thought was outstanding in class. She's very, very good as we get her back out here. And then for reserve, I think there's one that just comes with a little bit more structural soundness as we work through the front end of their skeleton. We're going to keep these two first places together. Young lady out of that first class is going to have champion, and then the young man out of class 2 is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your junior champion out of the first class is exhibited by Caitlin Von Behrens, and your reserve junior champion out of the late class is also exhibited by Caitlin Von Behrens. So we're going to leave those two out here. We're going to be in Caitlin's senior champion out, and Cheyenne, we need that yearling ewe of yours also. And we're going to select our champion and reserve champion, Cheviot ewe.
again, outstanding set. It's been a pleasure sorting through stuff today. I appreciate you sticking with me. It's been a long day, and I appreciate all of the ring help. You guys have been absolutely incredible, allowing me to stand under the fan all the time. That was great. Announcing's been great. The sheep have been here on time, so thank you guys very much from the ring staff side. Very good set as we work through these to select your champion in this particular breed division. I think there's a lot of quality in these younger age sheep over here, but the fact of the matter is, when you get two older ones that are as good as they are, you stick with them. We're going to keep the two senior champions together. Congratulations.
Your champion Border Cheviot U is exhibited by Caitlin Von Behrens with her senior champion, and your reserve champion Border Cheviot U is the reserve senior champion of Cheyenne Clydes. That concludes our show for today. We will start back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Ring 1 will start with Schrops. Ring 2 will start with Dorpers. Contest awards and those sorts of things will be done tonight at 7 with the pizza contest. Or with the pizza. Yeah, I know it says 6. Lloyd said 7. And the pool is open. It'll be open until open until about 7 tonight. It's on you if you want to go to the pool.